Morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the fifth edition of Global Power Platform Bootcamp.
We're absolutely thrilled to have each and every one of you here today, making this the biggest Power Platform event of the year.
With over 100 locations hosting this event, we are opening a door to truly inclusive and connected global experience.
We have an exceptional lineup of speakers featuring Microsoft professionals, MVPs, MCTs, and community leaders who are all eager to share their knowledge and expertise with us.
From enlightening sessions on Copilot, Power Apps, Power Automate, and more, there's definitely something for everyone to explore and learn.
Let's seize this opportunity to meet, connect, learn, and share with one another. A heartfelt thank to you for being part of this global celebration. Congratulations to each of you for contributing to the success of this event.
And please remember, don't forget to capture the memories and share your experience on social media using our hashtags #GPPP2024 and #GlobalPowerPlatform. Get ready for an unforgettable day filled with learning and fun. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Amana, and I'm the Corporate Vice President for Business Applications and Platforms here at Microsoft. My team's responsible for building the Power Platform. And I'm incredibly honored to get this chance to welcome all of you to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp, where we have a chance to come together as a community and members to learn the latest and greatest hits as it relates to the Power Platform. If you look at what makes the Power Platform so special right now in 2024 is the fact who it enables and how it enables development across the organization. Business users or citizen developers are now able to participate in digital transformation. If you can describe a problem or use a visual designer, which most business users in sales and finance and marketing and HR can do, then you're able to use the Power Platform to create amazing solutions. Additionally, if you're a professional developer and you're used to writing code and deploying services, you can now add the Power Platform to your tool belt and build solutions faster than ever before. This idea of a single platform that goes across the entire company that makes it possible for business users, IT professionals, and coders to collaborate together to create solutions is a game changer for every organization and every user. At a time where we all need to find ways to be more efficient and to scale our businesses and respond to highly dynamic work environments, Power Platform makes it possible by changing the economics and unlocking all kinds of new developers inside the company. And we've been at this journey for a while. The Power Platform, we first started to release its capabilities 6 or 7 years ago. We coined the term Power Platform in low code about 5 years ago. And now over 45 million people every month are using the Power Platform, creating automations with Power Automates, creating web and mobile applications with Power Apps, exploring data with Power BI, creating websites with Power Pages, or using Copilot Studio to go create amazing AI solutions. And speaking of AI, we are at this incredibly unique point in time where generative AI is changing what's possible with software and redefining how humans interact with computer interfaces. Instead of just being able to write code or use a visual designer to drag and drop build things, we can now use natural language. We can use pictures. We can use examples. We can use metaphors to create applications, to automate processes, to explore data. And at Microsoft, of course, we've rallied around this idea of Copilot as the best way and easiest way to expose generative AI capabilities. We made it possible for all of you to use Copilot while you create solutions in the Power Platform, so you can go faster than ever before. And we've really pushed the envelope about what's possible with natural language inside of our products. Probably the best example being in Power Automate, where you can just describe the workflow or automation you want to create. We will automatically create it for you behind the scenes using a fine-tuned and highly customized version of GPT. So all of this comes together, the single platform for the whole company, from business users to coders and IT in between, to make it possible so AI can unlock even more solutions for our creators and makers. Now, if we look at what the bootcamp is really trying to help, is to paint this picture and show how all of this starts to fit together. And the exciting bit for me, the product team, is that this is only the beginning. It's early in 2024, but we are making the largest investments in the history of Microsoft in the Power Platform as we go forward, which means a ton of new innovation. So a year from now, we'll come back and there'll be hundreds, if not thousands, of new capabilities to make Power Platform stretch to new and interesting ways, to use Copilot to create solutions in new and exciting ways, and all of this coming together to make it faster and easier to create and deliver business value with the Power Platform. So the Power Platform is just this amazing asset for us that's getting even more exciting with AI and Copilot, and we're pouring on the investments and the creativity to go define the next generation of all of this based on this AI reality. I think it all begins with expanding skills and teaching and ramping up others on how to use the tools that are already out there, because that's the best way for all of you to give us feedback about where to go and where we can expand and improve. So thank you so much for making the time. Thank you so much for coming together. And I can't wait to see how the bootcamp lands and what we're all learning as we go through the process. Thanks, and have a great rest of the day.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2024, Arkansas, Little Rock, United States of America. It is an exciting opportunity for me to be leading this alongside every other people who have contributed to this and the amazing speakers that we have lined up for today. To be very honest, this is the first edition of this bootcamp in Arkansas, Little Rock. So, I mean, being able to partner this alongside the pioneer speakers and amazing people who are joining us right now all over the world, I give you thanks and appreciate you. As you heard from the introduction from Charles Lamana and the industry leaders, it's really quite intriguing to see the volume of people that uses Power Platform every month. Over 35 million, close to 40 million people use that platform. And the World Power Platform started barely 5 years ago when that word was coined, especially November 2020, 2019 in specific. Also, we have over 100, cities hosting Global Power Platform Bootcamp this year, and Little Rock, Arkansas is just one of them. So I appreciate you. People do have this series of event happening different time. For example, some have had theirs last week. Some will still have theirs maybe later into March. And also, Happy New Month, if there's anything like that, wherever you're joining from. Okay, so I'm going to just quickly run through slide just to give you an idea of what we'll be sharing today and what we'll be speaking through today. And then we would invite our first speaker who will take us through that journey. All right. So as you can see right on screen, just try to confirm that you can see that. Okay, you can't. Okay, I'm going to add that. All right, now you can see. Is the fifth. This is the fifth Global Power Platform Bootcamp. It is community led, supported by Microsoft, and our partner this year, global partner this year is Upzoid, and that's why you could see their logo and few advert about them after the keynote speech from the industry leaders. All right. So, in case you've not even heard about this before, you're wondering what exactly is Power Platform. Let me just do a brief intro, then we move into the first sessions. We want to introduce you to Power Platform through practical sessions. That is why all our series today are practical. Something must excite you. And once something gets your attention, you can easily go in and start learning more. And that is exactly what we're trying to achieve here. So Power Platform are a suite of applications, and there are five in numbers. Okay. And these applications, the uniqueness of these applications are they are actually low code, meaning you can learn how to use them without writing code. And if you know how to write code, yes, you can still use them. So it literally opened the world and the world of technology to people who thought they couldn't play a role of a developer. But now these tools make it possible without you literally cracking all the hardcore part of coding, but with your local tool you can actually build these solutions using Power Platform. And right on the screen you can see the logo that made up the whole suite. We have the Power Pages for building company internal organizations website. You can also expose it to external client. We have Power Apps for building applications being used by the organization. We have Power Automate for automating processes, both internal, native to Microsoft, or even external processes. You will see some examples to the exciting scenarios. We have the Power Virtual Agent, which is now Microsoft Copilot Studio. That's amazing because beyond just building chatbot, you can also build Copilot now with the Copilot Studio, leveraging the generative AI and generative answers alongside the FAQs. Just think of intelligent chatbot that can converse with you just like ChatGPT today. Yes, you can build your own mini ChatGPT, which is actually called Copilot in Microsoft ecosystem, leveraging the Microsoft Copilot Studio. And we all have the Power BI. Power BI used to deceive people quite a lot because we don't know where it belongs. It say I'm low code and over there in Fabric, you see Power BI also shining there. But I would say Power BI is very good example of accessibility. It's accessible to many people. If you want to learn visualization without writing code, yes, Power BI is a way to go. And if you also want to, you are into core development and you want to integrate this to other sophisticated tools and services, Power BI is also the way to go. And I also want you to know that Power BI is the leader in this space today, in the space of business intelligence tools, is the leader. All right. So again, welcome. We've had the speech, the welcome note, and these are the global team that actually manages the Power Platform Bootcamp. I just thought of sharing that as well. I mentioned that it's happening over 100 locations. Trust me, it is. And in the United States, we are right around here. That's where Arkansas is towards the south. And then we move on to the outline. We've done the keynote speech. We're going to move to build employee headcount application with Power Apps. I will introduce our guest soon. Credit risk assessment using Power BI. I'm looking forward to that session as well. Multi-level approval with Microsoft Power Automate. Populate customer feedback data to Fabric using Power Automate. I will be doing that. So something new, something interesting for you to take note of. Power Automate and Power BI use case, and also generating an automated certificate using Power Automate. So a quite detailed hands-on lineup. And without wasting time, without further ado, I'm going to be introducing the first speaker for today at the grand opening of the Microsoft Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2024 in Arkansas, United States, is Angelina Onoa, who will be walking us through how to build employee headcount application with Power Apps. Personally, I'm excited for this session, and I'm going to bring Angelina up on stage. So right up on stage. Hello, Angelina. How are you doing today?
Hi, Ola. I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Personally, for my hand, I think I lost the sound. I'm sure the sound is from me, so let me work on that. Give me a sec. I can't hear you, but I should. Okay, Angelina, can you just keep speaking?
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody.
I still lose the sun, but let me double check from here.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can, so I see that you are audible now. So I will just work on the sound from my hand.
Great.
Yeah. Good evening to you, and good morning, good afternoon. It's morning over here. It's late in Nigeria evening. So thank you for joining. I'm going to shoot right there your slide, and then yep, you can also take the floor is yours.
Okay, great.
Usually.
Thank you, everyone. Today we're going to be building emergency headcount application using Power Apps, and let's just dive right into it. So, like our boss has already mentioned, he's already provided us the different tools that are in Microsoft Power Platform. So, for the particular tool we will be using today, this is Power Apps. Now, let me just briefly explain this. Power Apps is also a tool in Microsoft that is used to develop um, applications which are used within our organizations. Now, for Power Apps to build this app, we will be using SharePoint as our database, just like we have Excel. But instead of Excel, today we'll be using SharePoint. And what is SharePoint? It is a Microsoft web-based collaborative tool that also allows us organize our documents and our data that we collect from the front end. So we have three types of Power Apps. We have the Canvas app, which is used to build applications from scratch. And we have the modern driven app, which we can use to build application from an already existing data. And we have the Power Pages, which is used for building websites. Now, about the application we want to build today, it is an application which will be used to collect the total number of persons present in a work building at a particular time. Now, its advantages, it is used to collect data of transparency on insights and analytics relating to employee census. Also, in cases of emergency, everyone could be accounted for because when you spool the data from the back end, you'll be able to know how many persons were logged into the application at that particular time. Now, let's move to the practical section. I will be sharing my screen now. Please let me know when you see.
All right, I'm watching out for that. So once your screen is live, I'll push it live. Yes, I see your screen and it's live.
Great. Great. So while we're on this, or on your browser, once you click office.com and you click enter, if you're not already signed into Microsoft account, you'll be prompted to sign in. Otherwise, this is your landing page. Now, this is the app launcher. Like I mentioned, we'll be using SharePoint as our database. So once you click on SharePoint, you'll be redirected to this page. Now, on this page, just like in Excel, we have in an Excel sheet, we have different tables. In SharePoint site as well, we also have different lists. Now, this particular site will be holding our list. We're building straight from scratch, so we'll just click on the new. And a list is known as a database. So this is what we'll be using. So on the click of it, you're redirected to this page. Now we're either building from a blank list or building from an existing or from Excel or CSV, but we're building from blank today. So you click on the blank. Now here you input your name. Let's assume we're using Arkansas. Now once you click on the name of your list, you go ahead and create. On the click of create, it redirects you to your page, which you've already created, so which is the Arkansas database. And I've created all of this so that we don't waste time in creating it. Now we have just like a table in Excel, we also have a table has rows and um, columns. We also have different columns in a SharePoint list. Now we have a column called title. We have the name, email, and date. Now, why do we have all of this? When an employee logs in, let's say an Angelina logs into an application, we want to be able to know who logged in. So name will be collected, the email of the person will be collected, the day which the person logged in, the current status, whether the person is logged in or out, and the check-in time, the location which is key for this application, the checkout status, the checkout time, and the checkout location. Now, how did we achieve this? Once you log on to this page, you just go ahead and add a colon. Now, from this list here, we made use of the test colon. So you just create next, and you give it a name, let's say an Arkansas. Okay, and then you just save. So that was how we populated all of these other lists. Now, this is for our database, which will be housing the information which we collect from the front end. Now, let's move to the Power Apps section. On the Power Apps section, since you're already logged on to your Microsoft account, you can either click Power Apps from this section, or you go to a new browser, and then you type office.com, make.powerapps.com, pardon me. So make.powerapps.com, once you click enter, you're redirected to this screen. Now, if we looked at the list we have here, you can create your screens from here or check out your already existing applications. Now, we already have one which is named Arkansas Headcount application. So to create a new list, let me just take you through it briefly so that you would know how we got to it. So you click your Power Apps. Now, this is your create, and then you click on create to get your new list. Now, from the blank, you can either create from blank or from Dataverse or from SharePoint and already existing data. So we're clicking from blank because we're creating from scratch, which is also a Canvas app. Now, in this point, you just give your application a name. Now, we don't want to limit it to the tablet form. We want to move to a phone format. Now, this is because you don't want people getting in and first of all putting on their laptops to be able to check in and out of the building. They can just check in while they are walking into the building. So on the click of create, you're redirected to your application, which we already have here, Arkansas Headcount application. All right, so we have this section already. If you see here now, we have a blue color, which is the fill color, and this is the RGB for the fill. Now, on the left panel, we have different features assigned to a certain screen, okay? So what we did at first is to pick from the insert tablet here, we picked a text label. Now for text labels, they are used to display your text. So when we picked a text label, we moved it down and then we went to its property. If you see, this is clicked and then other properties on the right panel has popped up. Or when you move to the left panel over here, you can see all the properties. Now we're going to be using the properties on the right panel. So we need it to have a pop-up color which would match our background color. So let's change our text to white. Okay, so we can just increase the font over here. And whenever we want a text to be displayed in any label, it always has to come in a string. So this was how we achieved this. And then we have the Arkansas. Okay, so this was how we achieved the header for this and the footer. All we did was just drag it up and down. Okay, so we will save this label over here. Okay, so I think the next thing I want you to see now is how to impute your data. So let's assume there was no data here. This is removed. So on the left panel, once you hover on this cylinder, you see data appears underneath. So you just go ahead and add data, and then you search for SharePoint, which happens to be our database. Now we have SharePoint, so you'll click SharePoint and add it in. Now on the right panel, we see that different sections of SharePoint has popped up. Now remember we added our new list from my Angelina practice. So you click on this to look for the database which we just created, which is Arkansas database, and then you connect. Okay. So as we can see, it is already connected here. And for the Bing maps, once we want to add the data for the Bing maps, you click your add data, and then you search for Bing maps. Now, I already have this data existing. That's why you can see them here. But for you, you might want to add a new connection. And when you click add a new connection, look at the right panel. It's asking for an API key. So this is where you travel and to go and get an API key. Okay? All right, so on your Google, you just type create Bing Map API key. And once you enter, this different pages pops up. So the page I usually like to get my API key from is the Microsoft Learn. And when you click on Microsoft Learn, you scroll down and you see the Bing Maps portal. So you click on it. Now, once I click on this sign in, it will redirect me to their portal. But if you're not already signed in, you'll be prompted to sign in. So I'll click on this now. Okay, so when you land on this page, you just click on my account and pick a key. All right, now that it is loading, we see different section. We see click here to create a new key, and we see click here to download complete list of keys. So we need to create a new key for you creating a new application. So you input the name of your application here. Let's say Arkansas Headcount application. And for the application URL, for you to get your application URL, you have to go back to your building page. Now, you just click on, once you click on make.powerapps.com, which is this site, make.powerapps.com. Once you click enter, you'll be redirected to this page, and you see our already existing application. So you just move down to the commands, you click on it, and you move to details. On your details, you see your web link. There, you copy your link and go back to your page to input the application URL, okay? And on the basic is standard. And what type of application are we building? We're building a mobile application. That you select it, and then you go ahead and create your PIN. Now, when you're done creating your PIN, you then go back to your API key page and post it here. So this is the key which we already used today. So once you fill it in, the connect here will be enabled. So you just connect it. But there's no need for us to connect because I already have one running here. So that was how we arrived on this page. Okay. So, all right. So we will now start creating from scratch. Okay, I think I need to get a feedback. Okay, I want to confirm that everyone followed, like you were hearing me clearly before we Hi, I want to confirm that everyone heard me clearly before we start building from the scratch. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I lost your screen. Your screen sharing,
Okay.
just lost it now, not since, just now.
Okay,
This is
just
only
now.
your slide. You know, you were sharing your screen before. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're back to. Okay, good.
Okay,
Back now.
great.
Yeah.
All right. So let's close up all the steps we're
Everything up to this
using.
point is fine. We got it. It's only when you said you need to get feedback that was when the screen just switched. But now it's
Okay.
back.
All right, great. Thank you. So before we begin, let me introduce us to a few codes that we will be using today to make work easier for everyone. So for Power Platform, for Power Apps, there are different codes which comes with the app. So like now, for instance, now you have to include an open and close bracket. And if we take a closer look at it returns today's date and time, the current time in Nigeria. That's for now. If we impute today, we open and close it. Today returns today's date. Okay. We also have if. If is a conditional. If is a. It's used for conditional statements, and we also have user. Okay. So user with an open and close brackets. Once you add a dot, it brings in different other features. So we have user.email, user.fullname, user.image. We'll be making use of these features. Okay, so now we don't want our page to be this blank. Let's go ahead and insert an image. So you go to your insert button and type in image. Once you click enter, you drag it down here. So the first feature we're using is the user. So you click user, open and close brackets, dot. We need the user's image. So right now there's no image attached to this account, and that's why you see it's blurred out. Okay. So now that we have our image, what is next? Once an employee wants to check in and out, we want him or her to be able to see other things like probably a greeting button. So let's move this down and say hello to our employee when he or she wants to check in. So let's say, let's impute a code that says if. Now we want to put a conditional code. So if this person logs in at this hour, at a certain hour, let's say now, okay, so if by the time this person logs on and the time it's not up to 12 noon, just kindly say hello to this person by saying good morning. That's one. We use this comma to just continue our sentences. Now, if by the time this user logs in and the time is not up to 4 p.m. Nigerian time, um, kindly salute this person. Good afternoon. Okay. Otherwise, then we feel the time should be over 4 p.m. Then it should be a good evening. Okay, so once we close this up, see now, because it's past, it's to 6 over here, we have the good evening. So let's just make this a little bit obvious by making it a semi-bold and maybe increasing the font to, let's say, 25. And we'll change the to white. Okay, now let's align it to the center. Now we don't want it to just be a good evening. Let's include the person's name. So let's make use of our user code, which Power Apps has already provided. Okay, so when we see this, good evening, service access to, this is the name of the account currently being used. Okay, so we don't need this label anymore. Now let's make it a habit of always naming our controls. Now our screen, we can name this our activity screen. And this last label we just used, let's say this is the greeting label. And the image can stay. And if you look at this, we've already named this the footer and the header. Okay, so what follows after this? We want to be able to, we want them to be able to click to check in. Okay, so let's look for a different control. Since this text label is to display text, now on the click, if you look closely at this, you see a finger pointing on the click. So it is a button which we'll be using for this. Now we have a button, and let's name the button. On the text property of the button, let's just name it check in. All right, so let's give it a different background since we already have a blue background. So we'll change the text to black and probably give it a white background so that it will pop out even more. All right, great. So let's move this. Now, for our checking in, we'll have to make use of a code called patch. Patch is used to collect information from the backend and send it to the backend, creating a new record in your database. So before we do this, we already have from our data container, we already have the Bing Maps. Now this Bing Maps is used to collect location. So let's configure it in such a way that we'll be able to collect physical addresses instead of collecting the longitude and latitude. So we could convert the longitude and latitude into an address that is visible. Okay, so let's call out a label which will help us display that. So we have our label. Now, in this label, we have to call out a code, which will be Bing maps.get location by points. So points we want to convert longitude and latitude into an address. So we have location dot latitude and location dot longitude. We'll close this up and we feature into an address. We want it to be an address, but a formatted address. Now, if we take a close look at this, we already got an address, but let's change the color so it will pop out even more. Now, this is my current address. So while we move on, when an employee wants to check in or out, we don't want them to see every other information that we collect at the back end. So we'll go ahead and hide this label. So let's hide it, looking for its visible property on the right corner. So we turn it off. So it is turned off. While we've turned it off, we better name it so that we don't lose it. So this is the address label. All right, and this button 3 calls for check-in. All right, good, we're here. So let's start patching in such a way that when an employee clicks check-in, we will be able to collect all of those information at the back end, the name, the email, the time, the location in which this person checked in. All right, so we're going to make use of the patch function. And a button has a feature which is called an onSelect, which means that once anyone clicks on that button, this and that should happen. So we want to tell this button what should happen when someone clicks on it. So we're using the patch function, don't forget. So patch. Now, what are we patching? We're patching our database in such a way that this is where we want the information to sleep in the database. So by default, we want to patch our database. Okay, so what are we sending into our database? We open up a curly bracket. Now, for the first one, we want to send the name of the person. Now we'll make use of our formula, that is user dot full name. Now what next are we patching? We're patching the email. Now we're also going to make use of our user, because this user has the many features that we need. So user dot email. Okay, what next are we patching? Let's say we're patching the date. Now we want this date to be in a certain format, like 1st of March 2023. So we're going to have to configure that by ourselves by using this formula, text. Remember the today, which I earlier mentioned that we will be using. So today, now we'll configure it into, we want first, followed by the month and the year. Okay, so this will give us the formula which we need. Now, what else do we want to patch? We want to patch the current status. So this is a check-in button. So the current status then should be a checked in. Checked in. Now, what is next? We want to also capture the time in which the person checked in. So we'll call the colon from the backend, which is the check-in time. Now we'll go ahead and format the time that we want it to display by using this formula, text now. Remember, now returns time and date, but we just want time in here. So what format do we want it? We want it to come in hours, minutes, and in seconds. And while it's at it, it should give us whether it's in a PM or an AM. Okay. So what else? We're patching the check-in location. Now we'll have to call the label which we imputed everyone's address. So the label and the text, that's the main character that the label will be holding, which is the text that the label is holding. So that's address label dot text. Okay, let's see what else we should patch. Aha, the check-in should be hard coded as check in. All right, so we'll go ahead and close our curly bracket. Now, this is what the, just from our backend, all our title. Oh, by the way, we missed title. So let's go ahead and patch title. So what should we put into title? We can just patch in today's date. So title should hold today, which happens to be one of the formulas that SharePoint, that Power Apps offer. So we'll close this up. Now, when we look at this, it says format test, and it is used to just make our formulas more cleaner and spacious. So let's go ahead and format it. So if we look at this, it's already formatted clean. All right, so this is the information that will be checked in. But we don't want anyone to just come on and just check in. We want to be able to capture the address of this person, so that if we need to account for anyone in the building, we should be able to tell that, okay, this person was at this time, at this particular time, at this place, at this particular time. So we have to make sure that our address label is holding a value. Now we will use what we call the if function, which is a conditional function. Okay, so let's put our if here and say if our address label doesn't have a value, so which is going to be is blank in Power Apps tone. If it's blank, our address label, kindly notify our employee that let's say kindly reload this application and allow location on your device. Now, what type of notification is this? This is a warning notification. Otherwise, they will not be able to check in for that day. And how long do we want it to run? For 10 seconds, which indicates 10,000 in SharePoint tone. Now, if this condition is not met, this employee would not be able to check in. Okay? But if the condition is met, then the employee will be able to check in. Now, if we notice there's a red mark over here and there's a red mark over here, which indicates that our code is not complete yet. And if you remembered, we opened just a single bracket for the if. So let's go ahead and close it down here. Now, our test can be formatted and cleaned out. All right. So now that it is cleaned out, when we check in, let's try this. Now, let's just play it, which is called preview over here. So you preview it. And when you check in, we'll see that we don't know whether or not this information was sent back end. So what we have to do now is to impute a notification bar or send it to a different screen, which indicates success. So we'll just come on before the bracket that closes the if. We'll just come on and impute a semicolon, which means you want to add in a different functionality. So we'll say navigate. So we're calling navigate. So you navigate it into a success screen. We already have a success screen, which you will be seeing briefly. All right, let's clear this out. Now, let me show you the success screen. We will be building this type of screen for our checkout. But the success screen is just telling you that you're successfully checked in. So here, let's reload our database so that we can send in information to the backend. Okay. So let's go back to our activity screen and check in. See, we have navigated to our success page. All right. So now for this is for checked in successfully. And if we want to have a checked out successfully, let us duplicate this screen. This is duplicate screen. And we'll just name it check out successfully. Check out. Checkout successful. Now for the checkout, let's just change the text here. So you're successfully checked out. This means you're successfully checked out. All right, great. So let's go back to our activity screen. Now we already have a successful check-in. Now we want a checkout to complement the check-in. Now let's go to our insert and pick another button. All right, so we'll pick this button and change its text to checkout. All right, and change its text to black and its fill to white. All right, so what do we do here? In the onSelect of the property of this checkout button, we want to give it an instruction. Now this instruction, we're going to use an update if. Update if is used to update an already existing record. So we already have a check-in. So we want this checkout to update the record that was created initially by a certain employee. So we'll be using the update if push. Update if. Now for this update if to function, where are we patching this information to? We're patching it to our database. And for the update if to function, we need to give it a certain condition. Now, the condition has to meet in such a way that if this person signed in yesterday and didn't sign out that yesterday, if this person is coming back today, the person should be coming back to sign in again and not to sign out for yesterday. So every activity that needs to happen has to take place on today. So we have to impute a code that says, if today is equal to, remember our formatted today, Okay, so we want it to be in a DD, MM, YYY format. So if today, if this activity is taking place today, and our check-in one already has a value, which means it's not blank. So this is how you write is not blank in Power Apps with an exclamation mark. So what is not blank? Our check-in is not blank. If our check-in is not blank, okay, so we have to connect all of these codes with an AND. So if it's not blank, and let's say our current status is a checked, our current status is a checked in. Our current status is a checked in, and we have not checked out for that day. So which means our checkout is blank. So you go ahead and write is blank, checkout. Okay, so let's write the last code, which indicates that actually the person who wants to check out is the same person who created that record. So we're going to use created by dot email. So we're going to use the person's email to compare with the person who is currently using the application dot email. So if all of these conditions are met, only then should this person be able to check out. Otherwise, the person should be able to just check in. So which means the person doesn't have a current record, but this person has a current record if all of these conditions are met. So only then should this person be able to check out. So let's open the curly bracket. And what do we want to check out? We want to check out this checkout. Okay, so while we want to check out, we also want to capture the checkout location. So which would be our address label dot text. Okay. We also want to capture the time the person checked out. So we have the time, which will be in the formatted way. That's the text in bracket now. Open and close your brackets. The format that we want, which is HH, time, hours, minutes, and seconds. And it should return an AM or a PM for us. Okay, so what else are we supposed to check out? Check out location, our current status. And current status should be checked out. So Power Apps is very, very sensitive to case upper or lower cases. It's not moving. Oh, maybe it's network. Hi, Ola, please can you see my screen? Is my screen really visible right now? Okay, these are the information that needs to be collected when we want to check out. Okay, and to check out, we need our address label to be visible. So let's go to our check-in status and copy this if statement. Control copy and go back out to. Okay, it's frozen. Let me share. I'm not sure.
Sorry,
Okay,
just
I was told
lost.
that my
Okay, your
screen
screen is back. Okay.
Okay, yes, I was
I
told I
lost it
was frozen.
just 1 second or 2 seconds, but it's back now, so you can continue.
Okay, great, thank you. So Now, we also need to make sure that our address label is collects a value when they want to check in. So we'll tell them to kindly reload the application, allow location in on their device. That's if the address label doesn't have a value. Okay. So now let us close up the if and format this text. Now it is clear. It is cleanly written. So we also want to navigate to a success page. So let's just put a semicolon here to navigate. So you navigate, go ahead and navigate to the successful checkout and put a little bit of transition. Okay, great. Let's see. One item deleted. Okay, so let's reload our database and make sure that it doesn't have a value. So right now it has a value. So let's take this out so that we can test what we've already created. So we're going to delete this. Okay, so our database is currently empty. We have to come onto our data in here to reload it so that they are both on the same page. So that's a refresh. Great. So let's go ahead and sign in and out for the day. So this is Angelina logged on to this application. We have the good evening service access too. So this is my name for this presentation. So we'll check in. As we checked in, see we're redirected to a page that says you are successfully checked in. Now there's no how for us to go back. Let's now come in here and impute a different icon for the person. Let's say an home icon. So you say home. So this is your home icon. Let's change this to the white. Okay, so on the select of home, let's navigate to our activity screen and give it a little bit of transition. Okay, so since we've done this on the successful check-in, let's do the same on the successful checkout. So let's copy this and come back to the success checked out and paste it here so that we can have them both. Okay, so what if when I get to this page, all I want to do is just exit the screen? We don't have that for here. So let's go ahead and pick an exit. Let's say a cancel icon. Let's pick this and drag it down. So let's change the color to pop it out. Now, on select of it, let's say exit. Okay, great. So let's have it on control copy. Let's have it on our activity screen in case someone wants to just exit. And let's have it on our checked out successful screen. Okay, it's already here. Okay, on our checked in, let's have it here. Great. So now we've pressed the check-in button and let's go ahead and check out. Okay, so well, now you are successfully checked out. So let's go back home. Great. Now, let's check our database if it's holding any information. Okay, so we've been able to collect the title, the name of the user, the email, today's date. If you notice, today that is here is starts from March 1st, 2024. But our formatted date gave us 1st of March, 2024. We have our current status and we have our check-in, the time, our address, the same with the checkout. All right. So now we don't want a case whereby anyone just comes and check in and check out several times. We want to be able to control the number of times that they check in or out. So we'll do something on the display button in such a way that when they've already checked in, let us disable the check-in button and let the checkout be enabled and vice versa. So let us go to a feature called display mode. So currently now, our display mode is currently in edit. So let's just put an if condition. So we'll say if today happens to be blank, if it's blank, okay, I think we should first of all do a lookup into the, so we're looking up into our database to check that our check-in button, our check-in is not blank. Okay, so we're going to cover this up. So is not blank comes with an exclamation mark behind. So if our check-in one is not blank and the person who created this record that wants to be checked out is the same person using the application, and yeah, okay, let's see what other one we can use. Let's see, title, name, email, date, current status, checked in. Okay, and let's say current status. Let's use current status. Our current status is equal to checked in. Okay, so return for us a date that is not blank. Okay, so if these conditions are met, then our button should be disabled. So that's going to be display mode dot edit, display mode dot disabled. Okay, so let me go ahead and explain this again. Now, we'll first of all look up into our database and check that our check-in is not blank and our is the same person who created this email that is currently using the application, and the current status is checked in. Return a date that is not blank, because if the date is blank, then it should be in an edit mode. Otherwise, it should be in a disabled mode. Okay, so we're going to do the same for the display mode of the checkout button. So let's copy this and go to the display mode. Where is it? So now for the display mode, it will be if our check-in is not blank and our checkout is also not blank.
Sometimes there could be, I mean, I am wondering where the error is coming from.
I'm even looking at it too. Let's see. Created by the email. Okay, this is an and. And I think I'm trying to rush it up since I'm against time. It's not blank. Checking. It's not blank. Okay, let me see this. Okay, let me do this.
What you have is also a delegation warning. Okay, okay, okay. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Let's see.
What you have is also a delegation warning. Okay, okay. Go ahead.
Um, okay, let me start from here. Created by that email. Okay, let me start from here. Created by that email. Let me start from here. Okay, let's give this a little time. Let's see. Let's give this a little time. Okay. I don't know. Let me check. Is it still coming up? All right. So if it's blank, is it still the call coming up? Let's check. Delegation has gone. Yes. So I just need this to pick up. And okay, let's say and our check in our check-in is equal to check-in. Okay. True. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's reload our um, database. So we'll take out this information and reload our application. Oh, let me see. It's delegation volume. Current status equals to check in. Okay. Let me check the delegation volume. Okay. Let's try to load this in again. Okay. Oh, great. So this has picked up. Okay. So um, so we have to reload our data. We forgot to reload the data. So this gets deleted and we reload our okay.
So because of time, we are also running out of time. I love the fact that this is working. It's just few options and buttons. So we
Yes.
might have to, just look at how to wrap this up in the next 2 minutes. It's something that you
Okay.
could do the full implementation later and we share with the community. But I really love what you're doing. It's already functional, but you're trying to customize and make sure that it's flexible enough to adapt to all possible scenario, which is exactly what we are doing here. Yeah,
Yes.
but sometimes during demo we just miss up something. So, but it's well understandable. So let's see, let's give you about 2 minutes to troubleshoot. And if you have any question, please do post your questions about this session right there in the chat. We could also use that same period to speak to some of your questions while she figured that out so that we can bring up the next session.
Okay. Thank you. So let me see. This worked. Civil. Okay. I'll just move this back. Okay, so let's do this. Let's say today we're dealing with today. Today is equal to. So we're going to try to round this up now. Hopefully we get this right. So text today is equal to today okay, in a formatted way, dd YYY. Okay, so if today's date happens to be the same day this application wants to be once the checked in person wants to check out, so let's just link it to today. Okay, so created by that email and current status is checked in. Okay, great. We're going to use this. We're going to use this. This has to work before we leave here. Control copy. Okay, I think this would work, and this has to be a check in.
I like
All
that.
right.
A developer don't give up. We troubleshoot. It's the
So
spirit.
let's
It has
clear
to
the
work.
database. It just has to work before I leave this section. So we'll delete our database, make sure there is nothing in there. Let's go ahead and reload this, our database from our application. Okay, so what we're trying to achieve is we don't want people coming in and checking in and out as many times as possible. We want them, once they check in once, they should not be able to have access to the check-in button anymore. So let's check in. This person is checked in now. Let's go back home. Oh, great. So the checked in button is disabled because you're currently checked in. And if we click the checkout button, let's go back home. So there's a glitch somewhere. So apparently we have one to function at a particular time. Then this should be, that's the checkout, created by .email customer. And let's put an and. Put it here. And it's not blank. I'll use it's not blank. Checkout. And it's not blank. It's not blank. Check in. Okay, we're going to do this for the last time before we leave this stage.
I think this is gonna work now when you refresh the data source based on what I see
Hopefully.
here. Okay.
Okay, refresh again. All right, let's preview it and check it out. So we'll check in And let's go back to confirm that it is disabled. And let's check out and go back to confirm that it is disabled. Oh, we still have the glitch.
Hmm.
I'll take something out from here. Okay, and is blank. It's not blank check. It's not blank checking. Control copy. Okay, let's try this one more time. Okay, so after this section, sorry, Ola, what did you say would
Okay, like I said, as we prep the
yeah.
next speaker,
Mm-hmm.
let's just run this one time now, and we move to the next session because of time.
Okay. All right.
But yes, I get the idea. And I think we can relate. We understand what is you're trying to achieve here. So go ahead and do this demo. It's just
Okay.
some logic somewhere.
Well, yes, apparently
Yeah.
it's a logic issue. So, well, what we're trying to achieve is
Hey,
such that
thanks so much,
okay,
Jelena. We just have barely 2 minutes to switch
okay,
over. We've gone 20 minutes past the set time. We just have barely 2 minutes to switch over to the next speaker. And I just want to take this time to appreciate, especially what you've done. It's only in customizing this, which of course after or while the speaker is speaking, the next speaker, you may actually figure this out. So it's that really easy that, oh, this is just what's happened.
oh,
And so what I'm going to do
glitch.
is I will give the opportunity the moment you fix it out almost immediately. You just notify me why the next speaker is
Okay,
going to have a short break. Within that short break, you just come up again and show this is how to finish up the customization in 5 minutes, just to show what
okay,
went wrong and then do the demo and see it right. So
great.
yeah,
I'll really
I
appreciate that.
honestly appreciate
Thank you.
your time and everything that you've done for the community today. So all right, give it up and we move on to the next session where we're going to be introducing our next speaker, who is Flora Oladipo. I'm really proud of the amazing lineup of our speakers. So much growth for for just a few years of being in this space. But yes, within those years, they've accumulated so much knowledge and capability, and I'm really happy because I've had series of opportunity to work with Flora, and today she's going to be walking us through credit risk assessment using Power BI. Flora is, she is a community person. And then we work together at different capacity. And I'm really happy that she is right, on stage today to take us through this topic. Hello, Flora. I'm really happy to have you here today.
Hi, Ola. Thank you. I'm
Welcome.
happy to be here also. Thank you for the introduction.
Just if you want to run through, maybe share your screen if you want
Yes, I'll
to
be
do any
sharing my
sort of
slide.
info, but the floor is yours now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm trying to share my slide. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Is my slide up? Okay, I can't see it from here. But you can see it, right? You can see my slide. Okay, it's still loading. I can see it now. So, good evening, everybody. Good evening, good
Not
afternoon.
yet, not yet. So just use the present button and then share no, your slide or your screen. Once it's here, I will see. Yeah, I can see your slide now. I'm going to add it to the stage. All right.
Okay,
It's right on
okay.
stage now.
All right. This background, is it? I don't know. Oh, okay, probably because it's a video, but it's all right. So, um, I'll be walking us through credit risk assessment using Power BI. So, it's an hands on session. But before we go into that, I just want to introduce myself. Okay, I don't know why the slide is showing this way, but um, it's not showing how I want it to show. I don't know if it's showing properly. Can you see anything written on my slide, Ola?
So there are two ways you could. Is because you upload your slide. There are two ways. So when you upload your slide, if there are not enough space, it could appear somehow. But if you share by clicking on present and you share screen and not slide, that one is going to share directly from your system and use the format that you have on your system. That won't have any form of distortion. But if you click on slide,
Okay.
which you actually
Yeah.
did, if the slide is not compatible in fonts or some features, it might
Okay.
just appear somehow, and I think that's what happened. So I
All
see
right.
you
Okay.
should just click
I'll
on
do it
present and
again.
say share screen, and that way, and you can select the screen on your system that you're sharing. That
Okay.
will appear way more better.
Okay. All right. Okay. So can you see it now? Is it up?
Okay, I know. Okay, yep, I see that on
Or
stage. Cool.
okay. All right. Thank you. So
You can put
today
it in
we'll be
presentation
going
mode now,
through. Oh, okay. Sorry.
and we'll be good to go.
Is it on presentation mode now on your hand? Is it on presentation mode, Ola? Can you hear me? Hello. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Not yet on presentation mode. Just click on the bottom right. There's a button at the bottom right there. Just click on that button that looks like a glass of wine. Before the zoom button, there's an icon there before. Yeah, that should put it on presentation mode.
It's not
Not
still on.
yet. From this side, not yet.
It is on my own
The
hand
question, do you
though.
see presentation mode already on your screen there?
Yes, it's showing us a presentation. It's showing in presentation mode over here.
Okay, so what you might do is, you can stop sharing and share again. This time you are not sharing your slide, you are sharing the screen that's appearing in presentation mode. So that one
Okay.
can also be very helpful.
Okay.
So like you
Let me
stop
do.
presenting and go back and share, but when you are selecting the screen you are sharing, you are selecting that one where the slide
Okay.
itself is
The
showing and not the PowerPoint. That could
okay.
just address this.
So more like entire screen, right? You mean the entire screen? Okay. Let me do this.
Okay, I guess the new with what I'm seeing here is still showing your PowerPoint and
Oh
everything inside and not yet in presentation mode.
wow. Wow. Let me see if there's same thing. Is it the same thing? Hello? Ola, can you hear me? Is it still showing the
Yes,
same
it's still
way?
the same thing. Is your PowerPoint already on presentation mode from your on your system right now? Is it on presentation mode? Do you see
No.
that big screen?
Okay, let me do it again. Let me do it again. Let me put it on presentation mode, then I'll share my screen. Okay.
So first, maybe before you share, you just go to your PowerPoint, put it on presentation mobile. You could even maybe it's not responsive from you. You could just maybe close the PowerPoint and put it on again. The moment it's on presentation mode, it should
Okay,
it
let
should
me do that.
show and reflect on the screen.
Or maybe I should just share my entire screen. I don't have anything. So how is it now? Is
Finally,
it
it's working now.
okay? All right. Okay, so today we'll be going through the introduction to credit risk assessment using Power BI. So it's a Power BI session, and this is just about myself. So I'm a data scientist, and I actually enjoy applying AI to solving problems generally. So my interest is in analytics, automation, and NLP. Then outside of tech, I enjoy nature. So introduction to the credit risk. So before going into the hands-on, there is a need to understand what we are doing here. So credit risk assessment is just a way to analyze data to identify risk and to also see patterns. So it can be applied when trying to assess someone for loan especially. So places like financial institution or any institution that has to deal with giving out loan money. This is a an analysis that is like very important, and today we'll be using Power BI to actually carry out this analysis. So we'll be focusing majorly on a visual, which is the key influencer visual on Power BI. So this visual actually has an AI function that helps identify different factors that could impact giving loan or knowing the right person to actually give this credit to. So you're assessing the potential customer who comes to ask for a loan. So it's basically going to detect pattern and trend in data. And usually this is done using machine learning algorithms. But not everybody is a machine learning person. Not every analyst know how to write code. And that is why Power BI is very important to like Microsoft Power BI. Microsoft as an organization, they are prided in making things accessible to people. So they've actually made this accessible to even the basic to people who don't write code, the non-coders, so they can also be able to carry out this kind of analysis without having to go to a Jupyter notebook, write code for different kind of machine learning algorithm before they can assess who is loan worthy or not. So we'll be going into the hands-on session now, and I'll be sharing my Power BI. Okay, so my Power BI screen is visible, right? Um, Ola, can you confirm, please? I just want to be sure people can see my screen. Is my screen visible? Ola, can you hear me? Okay, let me see myself. I hope. I'm trying to see if my Power BI is visible. Okay, let me stop sharing. Let me stop sharing.
Oh, apologies. Yes, yes, it's visible. I can see your Power BI desktop environment.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm. All right, thank you. So we'll be starting first by bringing in our data sets that we'll be using. And I'm using a data set that I got from Kego called um, credits, credit assessment data sets. Yes. So it's a CSV file. So I'm importing it into the Power BI. Okay. Trying to get the right folder. Here it is. Okay, so this is its credit risk data set. So this is my data. So I'm going to first of all transform my data because I need to check if it needs some cleaning or uh, and I want to also see if it has the right data type. So yeah, this is age. Age is actually numbers. So this is right. The data set is the data type is right for each of the column. So we are good to go because actually I've checked this before. I don't want us to spend much time on data cleaning. So one thing I want to do is I want to add another column. So this loan status is the status to know person that is defaulting or a non-defaulter. So it's on this column we are actually performing the credit risk analysis. So I just want um to turn it to another. I want to actually encode it. There's something called encoding. So I want to change it to the right word, which is default and non-default. So there are two values here. There are two unique values here, which are 0 and 1. So 0 are for non-defaulters. That is people that actually pay back their loan, and 1 is for the defaulter. That's people that does not pay their loan. So I'll be doing that by um, adding column, then okay, just out. Let me duplicate it first, then duplicate column. So now that I have a copy, I would replace values in it. So the value I want to replace, I want to replace 1. I want to replace it with defaulter. Okay, so it's bringing up an error here because 1 is seen as a number. You cannot replace a number with a text. So I'm going to change this data type to a text format. So you can just change it here, text. So now I can now replace my values. So I take 1 and replace it with defaulters. Then can check. So then I'll also do the same for 0 non-defaulters. So we are good to go. Now we close and apply. We are set for the main analysis. So just wait for it to load. So everything that I've done for it to be applied. So we have it here now. So quick before we go into using the key using the key influencer, we can just do some quick analysis like finding, just visualize some things to show more details about our data. So um, we can say we want to see the types of loan status. Probably want to see the percentage of it. So we can just visualize with a donut chart. So there's something I want to also do so we can actually count what we have. I would like to add an index to our data set. So I come back to the transform and go to add column. So this is the add index from 1. So I close and apply. So this is because I want to actually know the count of this. So I bring in my index, bring it to the value pane. And when adding, um, we need to make sure we are using the right aggregate. So it's a count we are doing, not a sum. So we have this. Then um, we can also look at another metric that might be important. So let's do want to see the average age. The average age. Just come to average. So you can just add visual for this. So we can say we want to see the okay, we have employee length, number of years and people have worked. So we can say we want to see the minimum and maximum years, number of years. So we can come here also minimum. Okay, minimum is 0. So let's just do the maximum. Okay, so yeah, there's actually a problem in data. This is looking of 1 to 3 number of years is a really long year. Nobody would actually work for that long. So let's come back to transform. So that is an outlier. So we need to take that out. So something about data cleaning, you always it's an iterative process. So sometimes you might miss some things and you would have to always come back to clean up your data. So it's here. So I just come here, go through it, then uncheck this part that says 1 to 3. I could replace it if I add more information on it. Probably it's a mistake on or an oversight. But so it does not give us the wrong results, just take it out from our analysis. So so now we can see 41 years is the maximum number of years someone has worked. We can also represent it with the card visual. So so we can also come here to check through and see what we can uh, display. So yeah, this is the home ownership. So we can say we want to see the percentage of the number of people that has a home, that has properties and all. So these are just more information that we can show in line with the credit risk we are about to perform. So the home ownership, we could also display this with say a pie, a donut chart. So and we also include counts. So so this is good. This is enough. So let's go into the main thing we want to do, which is using key influencer to find out people that are worthy of a loan or not. So let's just do it on a fresh page. So select the key influencer um, visual. Then what we want to analyze is the status. Status in sense of, is this person going to pay their loan or not? Are they based on past history um, of people that paid their loan and did not pay their loan back. So you want to met- um, find out things that influence that decision. So based on all of this, you want to see if is it someone that does not have a house that doesn't pay their loan, or is someone that does not have a job that doesn't pay their loan, or their income is too small. That's why they did not pay their loan. They're trying to find the factor that influence that decision not to pay their loan or to pay their loan. So this is to probably help your business. So think of yourself as a business person that gives out loan. So you are trying to find out um, the factors that you should always watch out for in potential people that are coming to ask for loan if they are going to pay, if they are going to default. So that's what we are about to use this key influencer to do now. So usually this if you want to do it the traditional way, you go to your machine learning, you start building models, algorithm to back this claim up. But Power BI is very, very user friendly and accessible. So all of these they do the whole it happens in the back end. You just only need to drag and drop the factors into your visual. So we'll start now, but first I want to rename this column so it does not confuse. So let me just put it as loan status label. So this is what we want to analyze. So we take it here. This is what we want to analyze, and we want to explain it by all these other factors. So we bring them one by one and drop it in. So this is the person credit history lens. This is the uh, person defaults on file. So we have the loan amount, the amount they borrowed. We have the grade of the loan. We have the interest rates on the loan. We have the intention of the loan. We have the loan percentage. We have the person age. We have their employment, years of employment. We have their home ownership status, and we have their income. So bring everything in. So now this is aggregated. So you need to make sure you are using the right aggregate. So something like age, a person age, you cannot sum up people age. It doesn't make sense to sum up people by their age because the value you're going to get will be off. It gives no information. So the best aggregate for that will be average. You want to find the average age of people that don't pay up loan or pay up their loan. So select average. So for the rest also you could decide which you want to the aggregation you want to do on it. So I would actually be going with average for everything. So let me see the average because summing it using a sum does not make sense. These are different individuals, but finding the average will actually give you much more better information across the different range of people. So I just select um, average of everything. So there we have it. So now we have our so all of this thing that we just did, this thing, what we're actually looking for, it's a label data, right? So this is in normal machine learning. This is a um, logistic regression will actually be used. So because it's a category kind of data. So it were to be a if it were to be a numerical data you're trying to analyze on, what will happen in the back end is actually linear regression that will take place. So imagine the amount of hours that we would have spent writing code to do this analysis, and here we have everything, and this is the results we have. So now, what this interprets to, and something about this, um, something about this is how flexible it is. Flexibility in the sense that you can see this and Power BI actually goes through the effort of explaining this. So let's do it together. Let me just increase my screen size. So Power BI goes through the effort of explaining it down for anyone that uses this visual, such that it's very very understandable. And let's just go through it. So you see what influences the loan status label to be defaulters. So it's based on default. So that is, you want to know what influences people to default on their payment of the loan. And it's telling you that when the average income of the person is 19,992 or less. So people that earn this amount or lesser, they are the one with the highest possibility of not paying back their loan. So it takes it down for you like that. Next is the loan grade. So it has seen that whenever the loan grade is G, people don't pay back. Then followed by F, D, E, like that. And we can see down to the lowest, which is um the least factor that influences these people that don't pay up is when the average loan interest rate goes up to 3.22. So that is the least factor that influences people not paying back their loan. So we can also still see on this side, it's Power BI also gives you like breakdown of this thing. So when you click here, it gives you the breakdown, so you see it. Because on this column where you have the person income, there are five category of income. So it might be like, okay, let me see how people that now earn more, how it affects. So you can see that people that earn more than 79,632, they are they have the least chance of not paying back. So it's mostly people that actually are earning less that don't pay back their loan. And we can see it here. So same also we can go through here. It also do the same. It shows you that okay, people, it has seen that people that their loan grade is G, s- same thing happens to them. They end up not paying. Then people with the grade A, they actually pay up. So you can say it's a way of drilling down to see through. So same see here, it says that the people that actually rent, they actually tend not to pay back their loan than people that own their house. So same also if you want to see for the people that don't default. That okay, let me see the thing that affect these people that don't default. What is the key thing that they have? And you can see this when the average loan percent income goes down to 0.11. So yeah, it's showing you a scatter plot to show the correlation. So this way also you can see that okay, these people in this area, what is their loan percent income like? Then people in this area, what is their loan percent income like? And these values that show here, it shows you like the probability, like these people are 2 points. So let's say two times the likelihood for them not for them to pay back their loan is two times. Like they have a times two likelihood to pay back their loan. And so it goes like that. So then there's something also wonderful about this key influencer. When you are done checking the key influencer, you can now come to top segment. So this top segment actually groups all these metrics together. So now let's take it to this defaulters first of all. So this top segment is showing you the top five segments that are actually not going to pay back their loan. It groups them, it groups all these metrics together. So let me show you how it happens to be. So first of all, clicking it, this is the highest. Like when you see these people dying, this 81.3%, it's telling you that run, don't give them don't give them money, don't give them that loan, because the likelihood that they won't pay back is in this 81.3%. So let's click and see what who they are. So now it's showing us that the people that their loan interest rate is greater than 13.48, and the people that their loan percent income is greater than 0.3. When you see those two combination of people, don't give them the loan. So they're like in the um they're like in the higher percent of people that won't pay back. So when you see those two combination of people, don't give them loan. That's what it's trying to tell you. So, and yeah, it's actually broke it down. So in this segment one, it's 1.3% of this loan status label are defaulters, and it's 59% higher than the average defaulter. So it's very, very serious. So moving on, let's check for this next one. This next one is telling that 78.2% of people in this category will not pay back their loan. And this is people that their loan amount is less than or equal to 12,650. The loan interest is less than or equal to 13.48. Then the loan income is greater than 0.3. So it actually groups these people together. When you see this combination, don't give them loan. That's what it's trying to tell you. So um this is actually a very, very important visualization for people probably in the banking sector or whatever sector where this loan is being applied to. And this way, you as a data analyst, if you're told to do this and you are not a machine learning person or AI person, you could easily do this on your own. So let me just take it here and we build our dashboard. So we'll just be building a simple dashboard like that. This on its own is good enough to fill a whole screen, but just leave it like this. So let me just give it a border. So there are different kind of visuals you can do for it like that, but we are not particular um, on the look actually. So okay, okay. So let me just bring in rest. So I just trying to make what we did more appealing. We've completed the main work, which is um, to show how we can carry out credit risk um, assessments using Power BI. So, and actually, this is not limited to this alone. I don't think I've seen any other visualization tool because I use Tableau also, and I've not seen this feature in Tableau whereby you can carry out some AI downstream task on it. So this is a very good one for Microsoft. Like Microsoft is always trying to make accessible products, and they are always very flexible, always wanting to um, praying for inclusivity among people. So now you don't have to look that I am not someone that doesn't code. Microsoft actually have you covered. So
Wow. Wow. Honestly, Flora, this is it's amazing because of the way you are able to apply this visual to a real world use case, which is gaining insight into loan predictions. To be very honest, this is amazing. Not just how you're able to drag and drop the values, but how you are able to drill down and do the downstream analytics, checking all those variables and interpreting them and diving deep into several segments. This is truly, truly amazing. And to be very honest, Microsoft Power BI is the leader in that space when it comes to making things really accessible to people. There are a couple of AI features that I've written about from Power BI, and this is one of them. But I've never applied them in this scenario like a use case. But I'm really happy that you did. And to be honest, this is awesome. This can make a lot of meaning. It's about what business consume. It's not about writing complex of code or taking weeks and coming back with some visuals. This will make a lot of sense to many business than someone who is trying to prove something that, oh, I saw something hard. So, I mean, work smart and AI in Power BI is one of those features that make it really awesome for people to work smart. And I'm happy that, Flora could, so comfortably walk us through this and do all this magic within the short time that we have. In case you have any question, drop your question in the comments while she wrap up this session. To be honest, it's exciting and I look forward to even forthcoming sessions. Okay, back to you, Flora, in case you have a few more things to share.
all right. So actually, this is where I'm going to stop the visual because the
Awesome.
main reason for this session is to show this, which I have done. So what I just want us to go through now is to see other ways we can also apply um, because Microsoft actually has a lot of use cases on AI in itself. There's the AI insight. Let me just quickly show this. So there's the AI insight on Microsoft's Power BI, where you can do some complex things with code. You can do them here, just on this bar. So, so aside doing just this using these key influencers, there are other tools also you can use, like can carry out a predictive modeling. So there's a way you can forecast on Power BI. So especially if you are doing a time series analysis, and you can also carry out you can also do some machine learning algorithm task on it. That is on the AI insights, which I just showed us right now. So Power BI is actually a very good tool, and we can do beyond just visualizing your data, like Ola said, and do deeper things that ordinarily would not be considered as just as something a data analyst who doesn't code does. So that brings me to the end of my session, and you can connect with me here on Twitter and on LinkedIn. My name still remains Flora Oladipupo. Thank you for having me.
Wow, thank you so much, Flora. There are a lot of reactions to this. Amazing. People are saying your interpretation is so superb. Well done, Flora. And of course, we say thank you for coming and sharing your knowledge and experience with us in the Global Platform Bootcamp, Arkansas, United States. Really, really impressive. To be honest, quite a lot. There are no questions for now, but I believe they have questions. They should reach out to you on Twitter or LinkedIn based on the things you've shared with us. So thank you for coming. And right now, I'm going to move on to the next agenda that we have. We just did that of Flora. Now we are moving to the next one, which is Bilikis Abolomakwe, who will walk us through multi-level approval with Microsoft Power Automate. This is packed with use cases, and the idea is to get you triggered to say, I want to look into this. Oh, you showed me how to do this, so I know what this thing is being used for. It's not just Power Automate is for automating processes. Show me something, let me see. And so we started with Power Apps. You've seen how you can build an head count. Wow, that's amazing. And I think I need to bring up quickly um Angelina, because that reminds me, she was able to resolve that, and just for her to show us this, and after that, I will call on the case. But let me bring up Angelina's screen once again. Um, okay, Angelina, are you there? Just to be sure. Okay, she's there. You got to also share your screen right away so that I
Great.
can just push the screen so that you can show us how that worked. Okay, there are also comments here. I'd like to repeat what you just did. Please, can you share the link to the data set? Okay, so Flora, that's the question for you. So what you do is link up with her. Um, I'm sure she will post something on LinkedIn or Twitter about this. So once you connect with her, she could put the link to the data set wherever it is, and you can grab it from there. I'll try as much as possible. I can get it from house or put it in the video description on YouTube so that whenever I come back there, we'll edit after the session and you can download from there. Okay, switching to Angelina's screen. Yep, yep. Your
Hi,
screen is up,
guys.
Angelina.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Thank you for having me again. So apparently, for to disable each buttons, we didn't need a lot of logic. Okay, so this was what I was able to come up with because I had to like sit with it to make sure that I pass this across before the end of the section, before the end of the program. So we're looking up first into Arkansas's database and making sure that the date at the back end happens to be today, which this person wants to check out. And the check-in column we have at the back end is not blank, which means this person has already checked out, has already checked in for the day. And created by .email is equal to the user.email, which means that the person who created that record is the same person currently using the application. Now, if the date happens to correlate, then if the date doesn't correlate, then the display mode should be in edit form so that this person can pass a record. Otherwise, it should be in display mode. So right now, okay, so let me say we repeated this for the checkout button. But on the side of the checkout button, we said that the check-in button must not be blank and the checkout button must not be blank. Then we'll disable the button. Otherwise, it should be in an edit form. So when we go to our back end, we'll see that there's no data currently. So let's go ahead and perform the action. So we're checking in for the day. Okay, so we have to wait for our data to drop in the back end. So once it's taking time, let us refresh the database. Okay, so we notice that we have a record for the check-in location, check-in time. And let's go back to our home page and see that our check-in button is already disabled. And let's check out for the day as well and go back to our data, reload so that the data can drop in real quickly. So here we have a checkout for today. Now let's go back to our application. So we see that our check-in and check-out button are both disabled. This is so that no one will come in and check in and check out multiple times, and we'll be able to get the number of persons present in our building at a particular time. Yeah, I think this is it today. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to come back and make this work. So I'm so grateful.
Thank
So thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. We really appreciate that everything got fixed. And yes, people can follow through now, and I'm happy. Sometimes it's a little fix. I could also understand doing demo like this. You miss up something somewhere, all of a sudden seems not working. Meanwhile, just a little tweak. Right. Thank you. And yes, over to Biliki Zabolomokwe as she walks us through multi-level approval with Microsoft Power Automate. Hello, Bilkis. How are you doing today?
Very fine. Thank you, Ola. Good evening. Good evening from
I see you're
Nigeria.
fired up. I like the energy from your voice. No, okay. And
Good
it's
morning, good
interesting because
afternoon, good evening.
just like a year ago, you were a student of Power Platform, sitting, hearing people talk to you about Power Platform for the very first time. And today, you are an instructor, you're a speaker. I'm really proud of that growth, and I'm so happy to have you on this. And thank you for accepting this invite. Okay, I'm going to pass
Thank
it
you,
over to
Ola.
you now.
Okay, so can you present my slide, please? Okay, I will be putting us through how to build a multi-level approval flow using Power Automate. That is, we'll be building an approval flow for a leave request. So Power Platform is a Microsoft platform that houses different applications. But for this particular session, we'll be diving more into using Power Automate because we are trying to automate our flow. We are trying to automate a leave request for an organization. So we have different type of flows. We have the automated flow, we have the instant cloud flow, scheduled flow, business process flows, and desktop flows. But for this session, majorly I'll be walking us through the automated flow. So what the session is basically about is about an employee who wants to make a leave request. But for his leave request to be finally approved, his or her line manager has to approve the request first. Then after the approval by the line manager, this approval is also routed to the HR. On approval of the HR, or on approval of the request by the HR, this leave request is finally approved and a message is sent to the employee to inform them that this request has been approved. So before going down to creating the flow, I would just like want to take us through the leave request form. I used Microsoft Forms to create the leave request form. So I'll be sharing my screen now.
Sorry,
Okay, I'm
I'm
trying to
back.
share my screen. I'm trying to share my screen now.
Okay.
Okay, can we see my screen?
Um, yes, and I've also added
Okay.
it now.
Okay, thank you very much. So to create a leave request form, I would be creating the form right from Microsoft Forms. So to get onto this particular interface, I would be typing in office.com, which takes us to the up to the Microsoft 365 homepage. Okay. And on getting to that homepage, on this waffle button here, we can click on this and it shows us different applications that different applications we can access on our Office 365 homepage. So I'll be working on forms right now, and on click on forms, it brings me to this interface we can all see right here. And to create a new form, I will be clicking on new form here. This part is for me to fill in the title of my form, and I will be working on creating a leave request form. So right now, to create questions which I would want the employee to fill in, I will be clicking on the plus sign, or if the question is just a text, if it's just a question that requires just the employee's name, I will be clicking on text. And for this, I can only populate anything written in words, that is in letters. To create a question which requires an employee picking on multiple choice, I would be click that's it, that is I'll be clicking on choice to create a multiple choice question. But right now, we are actually our major concern is on how to create a flow. So for this is just me showing us a particular way of creating a form on Microsoft Forms. So this is what the form I I created before this session looks like. For an employee to fill in a leave request, they will be filling in their first name, last name, the department they are in the organization, the type of leave they are taking, the date their leave is starting from, the date the leave is ending, the reason for their leave, their team lead email address, that is their line manager, and the head HR email address, that is the HR who is going to approve this request secondly. So after creating this form, on submit of this form, that is when the employee fills in this form, so when an employee fills in this form, on submit of this form, I would do something in a way. I am trying to what I am trying to do now is, when an employee submits this form, I want my database to get populated with all records that I have submitted here. So I'll be using SharePoint as my database. Just like we have Excel as a database, we have SQL as a database, we also have SharePoint, as SharePoint is commonly used as a Power Platform database. And on my SharePoint, I have created a particular SharePoint list which I would be using. So this is the SharePoint list I created, just like Angelina Onoha, as the first speaker explained, how we can create a SharePoint list on our SharePoint site. Okay, right now. Okay.
So, lost your screen.
Yes, I'm trying to reshare now. Thank you, Ola.
Okay.
Is it up now? Okay. What about now?
Yeah, it's back now.
Okay, thank you very much, Ola. Okay, so just like the first speaker explained how we can create a SharePoint list, I have created a SharePoint list that would collect every information that the employee submit on the request form. That would A SharePoint list that will collect all those data and store them in a database. So onto our Power Automate. To come to this interface, all I just have to click the URL to get to the URL for our Power Automate is make.powerautomate.com. And on click of this URL, it takes us to our Power Automate interface. On click of create here, it takes us to this interface also. So like I explained earlier, we have different types of flow, but for this session I'll be working on an automated flow, because the reason why we'll be working on automated flow is that what I want the flow to start automatically when an employee submits the form. That is, when an employee submits the form, the HR manager, when an employee submits the form, the employee's line manager should get an approval mail automatically notifying them that, okay, this particular employee in your department has submitted a leave request and we want you to approve it. So that is the major reason why we're using an automated cloud flow, because at the line manager's end, it is an automatic response. So on click of automated cloud flow, I'll be filling in the name of my flow, which is leave request flow. Also, there is something called trigger and action. Trigger is like something that starts a particular thing to start working. That is just like an action. Just trigger is also an action, but it is an action that starts something, that triggers you to do something. Just like you are on a seat right now and someone just automatically slaps you. That slap is like a trigger for you to take action, either to slap the person back or to respond to that action. So the trigger right now to start our flow is when a new response is submitted. That is, when an employee fills the leave form, the flow should automatically start running. So I'll be picking a trigger, which is when a new response is submitted. I'll be using the old designer. Okay. Okay, so now this is what our flow environment looks like. On click of when a new response is submitted, it takes us to this interface where we can pick our form ID. So to explain this form ID, a form has its own ID. That is, when an employee named Angelina submits a form, that particular form she submitted has its own ID. When another employee named Biliki submit a leave request form, that particular form also has its own ID. So I am saying when Angelina, who is an employee of a particular organization, submit a leave request form, collect all the information that Angelina submits and send it to the backend. So right now for the form ID, I'll be picking this the leave request form. After picking the form ID from here, what do I want to do? I want to get the response of all what Angelina filled in. So after this trigger now, there is something, like I said earlier, there is something called action. There can only be one trigger, but different actions. So after the trigger has been used, the next thing we have to continue using now are called actions. So the next action after a request was submitted, after submitting a request, the next thing to do on our flow is to get all the responses of that request that was submitted. So I'll be using an action called get response details. Also from this, I'll be picking the form ID like I picked earlier and the response ID. So automatically, there is also something called dynamic content. This dynamic content is like a particular part that picks in anything from, just like now that I connected my leave request form. So the dynamic content picks in whatever we want to pick from our form content. So right now, the response ID here is shown in dynamic content, which I'll be picking right now. Response ID. After getting the response ID, what do I want to do? Just like we should also note that my SharePoint list, that is my database, does not have any information yet because I have not created an action to act on that. So back to the scenario where I said when an employee submit a leave request, I want my database to get populated with those data. So now I will be creating an item in my database, and creating this item is that I am picking the details of the request that was submitted and pushing them all into my database. So an action to do that is called create item, and this particular create item is into SharePoint. On click of that, it brings out the site address and list name. The site address that my SharePoint site is Biliki's Practice, and the list name. Also, we can check up how to create a SharePoint site on other YouTube videos. This is because I was unable to run us through how I created my SharePoint site. The list name is leave request. That is the name of the list I created here. Just like a table on Excel, it is called list on SharePoint. So let me just say the table name I created on SharePoint is leave request. And automatically it picks every columns I have on my table. Employee first name, employee last name, just like we see it on this table. Employee first name, employee last name, up to the last one, which is HR comments. You can also see it here. So the employee first name, which I'll be picking from my forms. So I am saying whatever name that was imputed in the forms, I want to see it on my SharePoint list. So the employee first name, which is first name on the form, employee last name, which is last name on the form, employee department. I'll be picking everything from my form, the form that was created. Department. the leave reason for leave. So all I am just doing is I am picking the questions that the employee filled in from the forms into my SharePoint. And then the status value is new. So the next action to add is an approval action. That is, I want after the database has been created, after the data has been populated in my database, I want the employee's team lead or the employee's line manager to get a notification of an approval mail, an approval notification. And the action I would be using here is a start and wait for an approval action. The approval type. So right now we have different approval type. An approval type where everyone must approve, the first to respond, and custom responses. This everyone must approve. There are scenarios where let's say five people, let's say you have five team leads, and these five team leads got the approval mail. So you just want and you want all of them to approve. This is where this scenario comes in. But the first to respond is, let's say five team leads, we have five team leads, and you want just one person to approve, and the approval and the flow continues to run. That is when one of the team leads approve, the HR should get the approval mail also. So I'll be using the first to respond because I just want just one person to approve and the approval and the flow continue running. So the title, I'll be using leave request type. No, okay, leave request approval. So the title here is just like our subject on our email, just like you want to send an email to someone. The subject part of it is the title here and assigned to. I have so right now the first person the request is the approval is getting assigned to is the team lead, and on the form there was a particular place where I imputed that the employee should fill in their team lead email address and their HR email address. So I'll be picking that from my forms. From the dynamic content, there are the different form questions. The different form questions can be gotten right here from dynamic content. So to pick the assigned to, that is who should get this approval mail, it is the team lead. So I'll be picking the team lead email address from here, and the details of this, that is what should be the body of the mail, of the approval mail that the HR is getting. So I drafted something out already which I will be copying into a details field. So now I can automatically, I don't know if I've gotten a mail that automatically it shows our full name and last name. Yes, that is an automated mail. And right now, for me to get the name of the team of the employees team lead, I'm picking that directly from dynamic content, but from my SharePoint list. So I'll be saying, dear team lead name. So our SharePoint is showing us the team lead name. That is whatever we filled in from our form. When it gets populated in SharePoint, we can extract the name, the email, the picture, and department the team lead is in. And that is because there is something called a people's column on SharePoint. The email that was gotten from the forms is stored into a people's column on SharePoint. Like I said, I want us to check and understand how the SharePoint works. You can just watch a video on it on YouTube. So I'm picking the team lead display name. That is, I am saying whoever the team lead is, dear team lead. I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to formally request leave from this particular date. The start date we filled in our form also. It is coming in and the year. So I'll be picking the start date, the leave start date from the form, and the leave end date also from the form. I would also be imputing the reason for leaving, because on the form there was a box to fill in the reason for leave. That is, just fill in any reason why you are leaving. Let me understand better. Reason for leave, which I'll also be getting from the form. Oh no. Okay. So after this, I'll be inserting a condition that says when the team lead gets this approval, if the team lead approves this request, what should happen? If the team lead rejects this request, what should also happen? Condition. This is also another action. Like I said earlier, we can only have one trigger, but multiple actions. So I am saying now the outcome of the approval, if it is the outcome of this approval request. So I'll be picking outcome. So automatically, when you pick any action on Power Automate, it creates dynamic content, multiple dynamic contents for you. So when I clicked on start away for an approval, it created multiple dynamic contents for me. So right now, I'll be picking one of the dynamic content of this action into my condition. And the action I'll be picking the dynamic content I'll be picking right now is the outcome. That is the outcome of the approval when it is equals to approve. Also, we should note this field right here is case sensitive. So whichever way the approve is written here should also be the way you would write your approve here. If the approve right here, can you see my screen? If the approve right here is written in small letter A, PPROV, that should also be the same way you would write it here. But right now, just be copying this, Control C, and pasting it right here. Okay. So now the outcome, if the outcome of this request is equals to approve, I want my SharePoint list. There is a column, known as status on my SharePoint list. That is when a request is submitted, this particular column is updated as new. So I am saying when the team lead approves this request, update this status column as pending for me. So I'll be inserting another action again into this part, update item. That is, update that particular item, update that particular row for me on SharePoint, in my SharePoint list. Update item. So the site address, the same site address I picked for this create item, I'll be picking it. That is Biliki's practice. The list name also, that is leave request. And the ID, I'll be picking the ID. So the ID is an identifier that is used to link different items together. So when I created this, when I created this particular item in my SharePoint list, an ID was created. So to update the item, I am saying when this flow runs, this update item should come and update whatever record was created from here. So the ID I'll be picking now is the ID that was created in this create item action. So on click of it, it shows me different ID, but I'm picking the ID that was the ID from the create item action ID. So the only thing I want to do here is to update this status from new to pending. And then I am saying if the team lead rejects this request, update this from pending to rejected. So I'll just be copying this, copy to my clipboard, This is just what I did. I clicked on these three ellipses and then clicked on copy to my clipboard. So to add that particular thing I copied, I clicked on add an action here, and then clipboard is here, which automatically it is copied already. And on click of this, it shows the particular item I copied. So I am saying if the team lead rejected this request, my SharePoint should get updated with rejected, not pending. And after that, so back to this EVS part of the approval. After the SharePoint list has updated with pending, I want the HR personnel to get a mail that to get an approval mail to also approve the request. So what I would be doing right now is I would not want to go all over again to create a start and wait approval action. I'll just copy this part and edit it, copy it, paste it, and edit, because it is still the same route I have to go through. So right now, leave request approval. But who is this being assigned to now? It is being assigned to the HR. So I'll just be picking the HR email address from the form that was filled by the employee. And now who am I sending this request? I'm sending it to the HR. So it will now be dear HR. I'll also be picking the HR name from my SharePoint list. HR display name, and every other thing is the same. So now when the HR approves this request, what should happen? Then I'll be inserting another condition into this. I'll be adding another action condition condition. Also, I'll be saying the outcome, when the outcome is equals to approve, just the same way we did here. When the outcome is equals to approve, so when the HR approves the request, what do I want to happen? I want the SharePoint list to get updated to approved, and also I want the employee to get a notification in their mail that their request has actually been approved by the HR. So add an action. I'll be adding another update item, but instead of that, I will just copy this also and paste, because it is still the same thing I have to do. Paste it here, update item. So I'll be opening this up. Update item, opening it up. Everything is still the same. The only thing I have to do is to just change this to approved. And after that, I want the employee to get a mail, a congratulatory mail. So add an action. Which action am I adding now? I am adding an action that would send a mail to the employee. So send an email action from Office 365 Outlook. So right now, who am I sending the email to? I want to send the email to the person who submitted a request. And there is something about Microsoft Forms. When you submit a request on Microsoft Forms, it collects your data automatically, that is your email and your name. So right now, I'll be picking the person's email from the dynamic content. So that is responder's email. Like we can see here, email address of responder who submitted the form, responder's email. Subject of the email also, your leave request is finally approved. My back. Body of the mail. There, so I'll be picking the responder's name from, like, the first name from when they filled in the form. First name. So let's say the responder's name is Bilikis Abolomakbe. I want to pick in just the first name. So dear Bilikis, your leave request has been approved successfully enjoy and have a enjoy regards automation team. So let me run us through the flow again. I submitted what let me run us through the flow again. I am saying when a response is submitted, that is when an employee submits a leave request on the form. I want Power Automate to get that particular response that was submitted. I also want Power Automate to go to my SharePoint and a create a record of that response that was submitted. And I am saying my team lead should get my team lead should get an approval mail to either approve or reject the request. When my team lead approves the request, my SharePoint status should get updated from new to pending. After that, my HR should also get the approval mail to approve or reject the request. After when my HR approves the request, my SharePoint list status column, the status column of my SharePoint list should get updated to approved, and a mail should be sent to the requester of the responder of this, that is the person that created this request should get a congratulatory message. But at any point where this request was rejected, my SharePoint list should get updated to rejected and the flow stops. That is, the flow stops running. So right now, this rejected update item, I'll just copy it and paste it here. I am not changing anything on it because it has just rejected in it. So this is what I copied and pasted right here. Opening it up, I am saying when the HR personnel rejects this request, my SharePoint list should get updated to rejected. So now I'll be saving up this flow. To save the flow, you can click on save right on this right top here, top right side here, or you can save the flow from this part. And then I would be submitting a request. Sorry, hold on. I'm trying to put off some flows I've created on this leave request. Okay. So I'll be creating a request now. So like I said earlier, our flow is being triggered from the leave request form. So I'll be creating a request now. This is the form. The first name, last name, the department, let's say customer service, the type of leave, let's say personal leave. When should my leave start? My leave should start on Saturday, that's tomorrow. And my leave should end on the 15th. Reason for leave, I have an examination coming up. You can type as much as you want also. Then my team lead email address, Angelina at learn30days dot on Microsoft.com. My HR, is that correct? My HR email, Richard at learn30days dot on Microsoft.com. So I'll be submitting this request. I've submitted my request right now. So let's check our SharePoint. So this is the request I submitted right now. My SharePoint list, my status column has been populated with new. So let's wait for our team lead to get a notification in their mail. I'm coming. Can you see my screen? Okay, so now the team lead has gotten a mail. This is Angelina's mail. Just like we can see, Angelina at learn30days.onmicrosoft.com, and on click on that. So this is just what I created a leave request action on my flow. So this is what it looks like. Dear the person's name that was picked from the form, Angelina Onoha, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to formally request leave from this date, and I picked tomorrow to 15th. The reason for my leave is I have an examination coming up. I have ensured blah blah blah. Looking forward to your approval request. So if Angelina comes to the concept of approving this request, on click of approve, she can whatever comment she wants to pass to me. Good luck. This has been approved. And on click of submit, our SharePoint list update to pending. So right here, this update to pending, let me just refresh so we can see it. This update to pending, which shows that the HR personnel would have gotten a mail already to approve this request. So checking through the HR personnel, I imputed Richard. So this is the mail just dropped now, like we can see, and this is what it looks like. Dear Richard Alade, I hope this message, the same message that was the same mail body that was sent to the team lead, was also sent to the HR personnel. So on approval of this, click on submit. Then the person that submitted this request would get a congratulatory mail informing them that their leave request has been approved. But back to our SharePoint list, it would get updated to approved. So let me just refresh again for it to update as soon as possible. So can we see? Updated to approved. And then I should have gotten a mail in my Outlook box. Mail. Let me just refresh this. It has not dropped. Mm. Mm. Okay, so we're still waiting for the mail, congratulatory mail to be sent to the responder of this request. Okay, so let's check our flow. Okay, it has dropped. Oh, it has not dropped. But let's check our flow. The flow is still running, so how has it not dropped? Oh, okay. Okay, our flow failed, so there's something up. Hmm.
Yeah, let's drop.
So anonymous K. Okay, I'm coming. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, what's wrong?
Yeah, I want to check what's wrong now. Okay, so our flow failed because it is showing an anonymous person responded to this request. So I'll be changing the mail right here and be picking it from our SharePoint. So I'll be changing it to created by email. That is the email of the person who created the item on the SharePoint. Because from forms now it is not picking. There is a bug. So for us to be able to test this to the end, I'll be changing it. I'll be telling it to pick the email from the SharePoint. And from SharePoint, you can pick the email of the person who created the item, the name of the person who also created the item. So I'm picking the email, that is email address of the user who created the item. I would save it and I'll be running it again. Test. I'll be testing it again. You can test from this or we can submit a new request. But because I don't want to submit a new request, I'll be testing it from this particular request that I submitted earlier. That is, I'm saying, okay, my flow should pick up all this information again and run the flow again. So automatically, with a recently used trigger, and it's picking that particular flow that failed 7 minutes ago. I should submit a new request. Okay. So let's check. So right now it is, so this is a way to, let's say, a way to track your flow. So right now this particular flow has run, this particular trigger has run, and if a particular trigger has run or an action has run, it would show this sign right here, a check sign. So right here it is showing us that this particular action is pending. So let's check the mail for the team lead. The team lead has gotten a mail now. So let's approve. Submit. And after the team lead approves, the HR personnel should get a mail. So let's check our SharePoint. Our SharePoint would have actually updated to pending because we ran the flow again. It should have okay, so new, so updated to pending. So can we, this is the new stuff we are, so okay, so the team lead has gotten a mail. So the HR has gotten a mail to approve this request 7:52 just now, and this is the content of the mail. And on click of approve, he can put in any, he or she can put in any comments. On click of approve, so after the HR has approved this request, the next action is routed to The next action is routed to the person who created this request. That is, the person who created this request should have gotten a congratulatory message that his or her leave request has been approved. So this is it. I got a congratulatory message. Dear Billy Keys, your leave request has been approved successfully. Regards, automation team. And my SharePoint list should have updated to approved. Thank you very much. So this is just how to create a leave request approval flow. And for our HR personnel who joined this session, I would want you to go through this session video later to get more understanding. You can also follow me and check or send a message on LinkedIn if you are stuck anywhere. Thank you. Hey, Zola.
Thanks so much, Bilkis. This is really enjoyable. The fact that you walked us through multi-level approval. I remember, back then, 2021, I started this whole stuff. Single level approval, easy. When you become multi-level and you want to capture the details of each levels of activities, updating the manager, updating the status of the approval, then there is a lot that goes into that. I'm really happy that you were able to walk us through that and get it solved. And we got a lot of comment also for you that you make it really enjoyable. You're making automating enjoyable and easy for everyone. Well done.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
thanks
so
so
much.
much.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I
Thank you,
want
Ola.
to now we're gonna move to the next, which is actually I'm gonna call up on, excuse me, Ifeanyi. Yeah, Ifeanyi is right here in the studio. Let me confirm first that Ifeanyi can hear me. Hello, Ifeanyi, can you hear me? And are you set?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Awesome.
Can you hear me?
Awesome. So Ifeanyi is
Okay, cool.
set and you can hear me. And so the next is going to be Power Automate and Power BI use case. We did Power BI just quite, few minutes ago, and we did Power Automate like just now. Now, Ifan is going to also use the use case for us. I'm going to combine Power Automate and Power BI together. And the use case, we recommend this event. Let's see how we can then channel responses, and use Power Automate to connect things together and Power BI for visualization. So I'm going to pass this now over to Ifeanyi. Okay, I have
Thanks for.
multiple Ifeanyi on the call. So
Oh yeah, sorry, I joined the second call myself. There was a voice issue. There's an
okay.
example. This computer is not.
Okay, no tech guys now. You always know that multiple screens thing, but I'm so happy to have you on board, bro. Thanks so much for showing up. And yes, another insightful use case that you're going to walk us through. When time you share your screen, you can use the present button to share your screen, and I'm going to add your screen straight to the studio. But yes, it's something that we all look forward to.
So share my screen. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Also, your voice, can you make it audible?
Let me just use the cell phone computer.
Okay. Right, guys. Let's do this. And then after this, we're going to run through my session where I'll also do something similar to that just to reinforce it, but not that use case. We are talking about Microsoft Fabric now in my use case. So I can't wait for that as well. Yeah, can you try to speak now? No, you are muted.
So asking you what you want to set up.
I think multiple sound system is on right now, so there's echo, but that volume was
So
okay.
is it much?
Yeah,
much better?
yeah, yeah,
It's
it's
much
better.
better.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity and for having me in the session. So today we're going to be looking at the topic is going to be. I'm sorry,
Yeah, you are. So I'm just going to, yep,
okay,
let's
so my
connect
topic is
something.
just going to be about NPS score, and this session is going to be about like, would you recommend this event? We're going to find out using Power Automate and Power BI. So, this is about me, I'm a data analyst, also writing, shared knowledge, and using data solution outside work I enjoy with movies and animes. So, like I mentioned, we'll be looking at NPS score this evening, morning, and NPS score is also what we call Net Promoter Scores. And NPS score is a very common metric in customer experience. So you want to find out what your customer feels about you. Do they think you are doing well? What do you feel about the brand? What do you feel about your product? What do you feel about a particular service or even a particular stage in your process? So it was first developed in 2003 by Branson Company. Like I mentioned, this is to measure your customer satisfaction. And the good thing about MPS score is that it's very simple. It's a really simple test. It's not enough, but it's a really simple test and it's a good way to get started. So the MPS score measures your customer satisfaction or your customer loyalty with just a single question in a survey. So you get a survey and it's just one particular question that's actually measuring this MPS score. The number varies by company or by industries or by even the team, but the rate is from either in minus 100 to 0, 0 to 10, most people are usually 0 to 10. When the highest number is usually what you appreciate if your customers give you the highest number, which is 10 or 100, depending on what you pick as the range. So, like I mentioned, it's only mentioned by one question, and the question is just it could be a variation of this, but it's more of how likely are you to recommend this product or service to a family or friend? And that's just the question. So, what do we send the scores? Well, first of all, it's simple. First of all, it can be used anywhere across different industries. You can use it to rate your customers on their level, what they feel about your brand. Like I mentioned, it's from 0 to 10, with 0 to 6 being your detractors, 7 to 8 being your passive, and 9 to 10 being your promoters. So you usually want more promoters and less of these people in your brand. So what's the issues with the NPS code? Well, it's not enough. It's just one question, and in reality, you cannot use just this simple question to tell how where your brand feels, how where your customer feels about you. So that's why whenever you receive a survey, you have a lot more than question than just this question. So this question also calculates one particular matrix. There are other courses that you use to calculate other matrix. But for those, focus on the NPS score for today. So the cons that it's not enough, and that's why they usually ask for other follow-up questions. To ask you for more feedbacks, or if why did you give us a 10, or why did you give us a 6, so that they could maybe work on that. So, like I mentioned, the NPS score, we're just calculating. We want less detractors and we want more promoters in your brand. And so, what do we mean by detractors, passive and promoters? So, your detractor, here we're using a use case when your our range now is 0 to 10 in this use case. If your range is 0 to 6, 0 to 100, this number will be little bit different. Maybe to be 0 to 60, 70 and 80, 70 to 80, 90 to 100. But in the case of 0 to 10, our number is going to be 0 to 6, 7 to 8, and 9 to 10. So the 0 to 6 customers are customers that are unhappy with your brand. They could, like you mentioned, could actually damage your brand reputation by a negative word of mouth. And this probably because those they experience an issue with the brand. Maybe um, they had a problem they're trying to get money from the brand. They had a very nasty customer agent stuff spoke to them. They had a very bad experience with the brand. And the thing is that you could use them to find out what's the issue your brand is having, and you can actually work on that too. And you can actually make your detractors of this month to actually be your promoters of the next month or even the next coming month. Your passive are people that are they're just okay with the brands. They are not really they're just okay with the brands. I mean, they're okay with the brands. The brand is okay. They're not really excited about it, but they're okay. Your services are alright for them. But the only issues with this class of people is that though they're just okay with it, if somebody else comes with a much better offer, they could actually just pack up and leave. Because, like I said, they're just okay with it. They are not excited about your brand. So you also find out maybe what you do to actually maybe get them more excited about your brand. I mean, like they're okay with the brand, they're okay with what you're doing, but maybe you could also add more services or even um, scale down your goods to actually make them more excited about your brand. And then your promoters are the ones you want, they're loyal. They would talk to maybe somebody will mention the ones that will give you free adverts. They will just sort of meet you out there and be like, oh, you can meet us, or oh, you can buy from these guys or buy from these guys. Or these guys have really good service. You should actually go for them. Delivery is slower. They're the ones that will just promote your brand even without you actually even paying them because they actually love your brand. They love what you are doing. And those that will give you a 9, those that will give you a 10. You can also find out why they actually like your brand and you could also do more about that. Okay. Then, so how do you calculate the NPS score? Like I mentioned, it's really simple. The NPS score is a very simple matrix. That's why everybody likes it. It's a really simple matrix, and you also get a lot of insights from this score. And it's simple because, like I mentioned, the detractors 0 to 10. If 10 people gives you, you have 10 customers here, you have 20 customers here, you have 70. To calculate the NPS score, you just minus your promoters, minus the detractors, and you get the score. Simple. That's how you calculate it. So now let's get to how we're going to calculate it. I don't know if there are any questions on the point before we get started. So to calculate the MPS scores, we're going to use some particular tools, some particular Microsoft tools. We don't need to use external tools. We can use every Microsoft to calculate the score. To calculate the score, we all we need is a form or a kind of survey that you're giving to these customers where they actually fill in this value. Then we these surveys will get fed into a spreadsheet. And in this case, we have Excel for that. And then this spreadsheet, we are going to then calculate the values with the spreadsheet. But in our case, we're going to use Ultimate to move into a different database and look at it in Power BI. Okay, so um, I already have a form here. That's an example of form. And for the form, I'm just going to ask like 2 minutes. Need to use everybody's time just to go around and everybody can answer the questions we are getting from the form. So I'm going to share the link and so that everybody does so far does answer so this Power BI is going click here to get see all the apps in the ecosystem. I'm going to go to forms. Go to forms, then I'll go to collect response and I'm going to share this link so everybody fill in their answer. Should I share it here or should I share it in on YouTube? Hello. social network. Social network. Okay, so I'm dropping the link from here. So we could just fill out the form. Okay, so the questions are very simple. I don't know how to click on this. Okay, so the questions are very simple. We're just going to ask answer for everything. I so just you can ignore these questions. You can ignore these questions. I don't really this an MPS score using using this fifth question. So you just answer this question. So imagine you're looking for a physical event and you were given this form to fill. So now that we have that out of the way, so the next one we're going to do is like I mentioned, we'll look at the Excel online form. So whenever someone fills a form, you know, anybody get it? Trying to get the link. Really.
Hi, Ifeanyi. Sorry, I have a little bit of delay here. Okay, I just want to be sure. Oh, you dropped the link to the form. Yeah. So I'm going to just drop
Oh,
that
okay.
to. Yeah. So I've added the link to the form right here.
Oh, okay. Yes. So this is it. So the form, like I mentioned, is just simple form. It's just a simple form, and we fill in the questions and we get different satisfaction levels. So when we fill in the form, your data get populated here. So for example, if I fill this form, so this was me testing it, and she was like testing it. So what I fill the form, I should get in the response. Yeah, that's for today. So I go for so fill in my answers. Yes, so far during the topics, everything to be engaged and discussions for everything. And then submit. So once I submit my response, I automatically, Microsoft will fill in, because I refresh this page, I get my response here. So this is my response. So once everybody's affiliated, everybody's response as well will also get filled up here as well. So, uh, well, I don't know, have anybody filled the form yet so far on YouTube? So once you fill the form, the next step we want to do is we want to move our answers to a second niche or where we practice it. Because I don't want to directly commit to this spreadsheet because of maybe performance issues. Okay, so I'm just going to go with a flow. And for this, I created for example. Okay, so I'm going to store all the data that I get from my phone straight into my SQL. So you could also just get it from here. So, and for my phone, this Power Automate. Power Automate is like everybody has showed us throughout the presentation. It shows a lot of use cases of Power Automate and how you can streamline and make our work process or make our work more streamlined. So and also automate a lot of processes that we do. So instead of us manually moving, copying our response and response here, I'm just going to do a simple Power Automate. And whenever I run it, it moves all this response that I get straight into my DB. Okay. So to do that, this is our flow. So right now it's a manually triggered flow because let me see here. So right now I use the manually triggered flow. So I have to manually come here and test it, and that's just because of in this case I'm doing right now. And next, my flow when I trigger it is going to go to my OneDrive, and then it also goes to my document library, which is in OneDrive. Then this goes to this audience feedback. Audience feedback is that's this Excel file, audience feedback. And if I come here to look at my beneficiary find location, so if I come here, I would so the this file is stored actually in my OneDrive, and so from OneDrive there's a file, and then this is a table. The table representing this table, which is as you see office forms table. So that's this particular table. So once I do this, the flow moves. It's going to come here and list all the rows present. It's going to be a list of all the rows present in this table. So the next thing I did is I created a apply for each step. I'm going for apply for each step because I don't want to create a flow that just moves the file. So just everyone will fill it separately. There's not like a particular stop date that the file fills. People fill it regularly. So I wanted to whenever someone fills the form, it goes and add this new record. But it doesn't go and add previous records. But that will actually make our data wrong first of all. And that's not the intention for it. So right now we have those 9. We have those 10 response here. I also wanted to also give it 10 response. If someone answers a new response, it should add that new response and not all the previous response as well. Okay. So once you so then what it does next is it comes here and it takes all the values present in this particular the, so minimize this. It takes all the rows present in this previous step, which is our list by step. And then now I get all the so now I go to my DB to get this particular table. So this table is just a simple table that was created. If I go to BigQuery, select everything from response, response form, execute. As you can see, these are all the previous records that were on this table, which are before I added my new response. So these are all the table. That's all this table does. It's just a simple table and just gives me all the headers. They are exactly what we have on the Microsoft or the Microsoft Excel file. So it gives me all the rows here. Then it checks if the number here is equals to zero. So that's just for me to test whether, just for me to get a bit of one how many numbers is there. So once it's equals to zero and like there's no new response. If there's a new response, if it's equals to zero, that means there's a new, I mean there's a new item that was added. Once this new item is added, what it does is it adds this new item to the, that is new item to my SQL or DB. So it comes there. This is the desktop is this. That's like my desktop. Because then the database is the default database by SQL, and then the name of the table, which is this table that I created, which is the form response. So the form response I can show you. You come here to create, and as you can say, it's really just a very simple form. So it gives you the form, this is the ID, the date, the email, and the questions you ask, and well, the questions that we want, which is will you recommend this event? And then you get every response, and that's it. So it's essentially real. However, if there's nothing new on it. What it does instead is what I wanted to do instead is to actually go and update it in case we made a mistake here. You should actually update the record here. So to update the record, you picking the server name, um, the database name, the response form, the ID, the start time, and just like what I did here was the email. So this part of it is pretty kind of straightforward. I want to add the email. So what I do is I come in and pick email. I want to find out how satisfied. So since the column is actually named after everything, I can just easily pick out this feature. Sorry, give me a minute.
All right. Just as it was showing, I think it's really something exciting as you all can see what the use case looks like. For me, I have filled the form and I'm just going to share my screen. In case you've not filled the form, you should go ahead and fill the form. You know, I can submit another response. So while he's using that to sort things out, I want his back who resume. So this is what the form looks like, and you can actually fill the form here. Okay, let me add the form to the stage. This is what the form looks like, and you can actually fill the form. When you fill the form, as you can see, the form can get populated on Excel automatically. It get populated, in database as it has shown us. And let's fill it. How satisfied are you with the registration and pre-event communication for this event as a scenario? I think it's back now. Hi, Benny, you back?
Hi, yeah, I'm back now.
Okay,
I'm
so
back
okay,
now.
back to you.
So, like you said, once you fill the form, it gets populated straight into the spreadsheet, and then we look at that to calculate it. So, the next thing you do is, so I'll show you kind of so how you do this part of just manually fill it into the into the DB. So we pick in the response that we want, and so all you have to do is just come here and pick, literally picking your.
Okay,
You guys understand. So we feeling having fever. So don't really need the other one because of the feeling just is very last 2%. And then we feeling recommend this event to others. Okay, so that's it. Once we're done, we can just save our save our food. So now once we're done, we can test it by actually my it does my right. So let me go and fetch space just okay, so far we have like formal response. Yeah, so far we have formal response. And I test it. Okay, so let us remember something. Wait. So if everyone is going to flow, and that's because it was small. So American is running, but nobody is going to do it. So, okay, it was. It was many options. Sometimes this. Yeah, that's it. So it flows. Let us wait to see it. So yeah, run now. So next thing we do, I would just execute it from. As you can see now, it populates just the response and doesn't ignore all the other response because of the second leg of the all other condition statements in the flow. And now we have our flow. So the next thing we're going to do now is now that we have this, we're going to do the calculation for the MPS score to calculate the MPS score. And to do that, I created an yeah, to do that, I created this using natural frameworks. And what the code does is it basically calculates, gives me like the MPS code. So this so what it's doing is basically getting the MPS call and code. All I need is just MPS call. I don't really calculating else, which is this form, and then in now in SQL I have to open my this people I put in all these different responses. So if the person is between 1 and 9, if the person has a score for this particular question and the person's answer is greater than 9, then the person is a commenter. Wherever it's less than 6, the person is 6 or less than 6, the person is the filter. It's a differential. Anybody that's passive, you don't really need the passive forever. And then I also want to find out on the ultimate level. So I have another script and then everybody by eight, regardless of the time they put, regardless of the time they fill in the form, and then it gives more marks. So if I could feel nine, that means I have 5 points. If I could be nine, that means I have 5 points basically. So you group this call, and once we are done, we basically subtract my promoters, my detractors, and then my total, and then have my grade score. So I'm going to execute this. And once I execute this, I can then um, run my second like a semi. So my score right now is actually 100 based on so far, based on the values, based on number of people that feel this way. And that's because I think we got the 9, 10. Yes. Okay. So if if for example I run it from here, I can actually see the number of promoters, detractors, and so far we have, which is this. Okay, so let me actually have this as a person. Run this. Um, okay, so far we had this that's today. Today we had like 9 promoters, we had no detractors, we had no passive. So if for example let me say somebody feels let me submit another response. These are our controls with this and okay, and totally field A2 now and press services. I come here again and I run my flow because I already make it automatic because of it. So, so I run this flow. If I come here, I only score without it. So, I'm close it. Think of the background. Right, stick with it. Wow. Plus, also show you how Okay, so it's here. It's here already. Uh, it's here already. And next thing is execute this. Yep. So the person that filled the form, there was a two seconds before the transfer to get score. So now if I run everything, that's so now if I run everything, I run back this, you cannot see our score. So it's not 0%, but when you try something, that affects the score. So it drops to 0%. Now, once we have calculated our score based on what we have filled out form, the next we can do now is we can actually in according to our SQL database and we can actually just visualize this number and this number. So for that, I'll just connect to the SQL server. The name is going to be this. Go to let's see, let's do it. So Power BI helps with your visualizations and report building. It gives me the table side out for the users out as well and create here so I can just for now just look just Facebook consistent transform. Okay. So once you have transformed your data, yeah, everything's good. Just that right. Those results. Wait for it to get the clear loaded into Power BI. It's loaded. So I can so it doesn't pick up for just for today. I just want to just to show us the score. And we cannot put this on score even when it has. We have the score. Let's do it. For now, we have so the more people that feel it, the more the more you get your results. And if focus on the natural is good actually automate it to a greater to a particular time. Whenever everything is pushed through up, it runs the entire process and you get your score for the month. So my score for the month was actually 100. So which means everybody will commence this session. Everybody will commence this event. So the last part of the presentation is what's a good score. So a good score actually depends on the organization. Um, Online, every organization, every industry has their different or what they consider was a good score according to them. Some people consider that 0 was good, though 20 is not very, very good, 15 is excellent, and 80 was world class. Another school of thought was that anything 17 and above is outstanding. And there are even more stricter scores or data out there that suggested that you get at least a 90, anything with a 90 is unacceptable. So the what you depend on the school structure depends on what you agree in the organization. And these are some resources you should select about the game. So thanks again for the session. Hello.
Okay, we've lost your screen. Or you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm
Awesome.
done.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I mean, got a couple of comments here. Ifeanyi is the best. I love the fact that you shows how the data also integrate back to SQL, database. You show the connection, setting up a data gateway, and then feeding everything back to, Power BI. That's an amazing use case, to be very honest, because it just shows that your data doesn't just have to reside in forms alone. And there are many ways to also analyze it. The moment you take it from forms to a data storage, from that to Power BI, you can then dice and then do that. People are saying Ifeanyi is the best. Yes, you are. Ayomide is saying, well done, Ifeanyi. And I've got a couple of people commenting right on Twitter and even on my WhatsApp saying, yes, that's Ifeanyi is over there. So it's Benny is awesome. And thank you so much. Nicely done. Amazing. I believe people will learn quite a lot, especially being open up to the potential possibility of filling a form and seeing that being populated in the database. That's amazing. And yeah, so I really want to appreciate you. There are no question now. And I would like to bring up Richard if he's available. Richard, please just confirm. I sent you a chat. Just want to be sure if it's convenient for you to do that now. I know it's late over there, but you could just so that you can save more time from your end. But honestly, we really appreciate and thank you a lot, Ifeanyi, for your time today. That means a lot to us and the community. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to bring up the slide now. That I'm just waiting if there are questions I could ask that, but there are no questions for now. Okay, I'm bringing up the slide back to this.
What's Richard's place?
Okay, yeah. Also, if you want to drop your link so that people can connect back with you, you could drop that in the comments. If you're both on maybe LinkedIn, on Twitter, please can we still go back to this video? Yes, the video is updated. You can always go back to it on YouTube on the channel you are watching. You can always, watch it back right there. Say a lot of kudos for Ifeanyi. All right. Then, okay. 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 So Richard will be joining in 10 minutes time, but let me drop the link to Ifeanyi video. So I'm going to also play this time I'm going to play the intro video for the welcome video so that we see the keynote speech from the Global Power Platform community. We use that to relate, and we'll use that as a break. So just like 10 minutes break, and then we come back and take two more sessions. One from Richard, which is going to be generating an automated certificate using Power Automate, and also one on populating customer feedback data to Fabric using Power Automate. So, but let's just have a break before that so that we can settle in and use that to also invite others. Okay, so and I will be playing the video for our use case for that for the welcome keynote speech. I'll be playing that video short. Right.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the fifth edition of Global Power Platform Bootcamp.
We're absolutely thrilled to have each and every one of you here today, making this the biggest Power Platform event of the year.
With over 100 location hosting this event, we are opening a door to truly inclusive and connected global experience.
We have an exceptional lineup of speakers featuring Microsoft professionals, MVPs, MCTs, and community leaders who are all eager to share their knowledge and expertise with us.
From enlightening sessions on Copilot, Power Apps, Power Automate, and more, there's definitely something for everyone to explore and learn.
Let's seize this opportunity to meet, connect, learn, and share with one another. A heartfelt thank to you for being part of this global celebration. Congratulations to each of you for contributing to the success of this event.
And please remember, don't forget to capture the memories and share your experience on social media using our hashtags hash GPPP2024 and hash Global Power Platform. Get ready for an unforgettable day filled with learning and fun. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Amana, and I'm the Corporate Vice President for Business Applications and Platforms here at Microsoft. My team's responsible for building the Power Platform. And I'm incredibly honored to get this chance to welcome all of you to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp, where we have a chance to come together as a community and members to learn the latest and greatest hits as it relates to the Power Platform. If you look at what makes the Power Platform so special right now in 2024 is the fact who it enables and how it enables development across the organization. Business users or citizen developers are now able to participate in digital transformation. If you can describe a problem or use a visual designer, which most business users in sales and finance and marketing and HR can do, then you're able to use the Power Platform to create amazing solutions. Additionally, if you're a professional developer and you're used to writing code and deploying services, you can now add the Power Platform to your tool belt and build solutions faster than ever before. This idea of a single platform that goes across the entire company that makes it possible for business users, IT professionals, and coders to collaborate together to create solutions is a game changer for every organization and every user. At a time where we all need to find ways to be more efficient and to scale our businesses and respond to highly dynamic work environments, Power Platform makes it possible by changing the economics and unlocking all kinds of new developers inside the company. And we've been at this journey for a while. The Power Platform, we first started to release its capabilities 6 or 7 years ago. We coined the term Power Platform in low code about 5 years ago. And now over 45 million people every month are using the Power Platform, creating automations with Power Automates, creating web and mobile applications with Power Apps, exploring data with Power BI, creating websites with Power Pages, or using Copilot Studio to go create amazing AI solutions. And speaking of AI, we are at this incredibly unique point in time where generative AI is changing what's possible with software and redefining how humans interact with computer interfaces. Instead of just being able to write code or use a visual designer to drag and drop build things, we can now use natural language. We can use pictures. We can use examples. We can use metaphors to create applications, to automate processes, to explore data. And at Microsoft, of course, we've rallied around this idea of Copilot as the best way and easiest way to expose generative AI capabilities. We made it possible for all of you to use Copilot while you create solutions in the Power Platform, so you can go faster than ever before. And we've really pushed the envelope about what's possible with natural language inside of our products. Probably the best example being in Power Automate, where you can just describe the workflow or automation you want to create. We will automatically create it for you behind the scenes using a fine-tuned and highly customized version of GPT. So all of this comes together, this single platform for the whole company, from business users to coders and IT in between, to make it possible so AI can unlock even more solutions for our creators and makers. Now, if we look at what the Bootcamp is really trying to help, is to paint this picture and show how all of this starts to fit together. And the exciting bit for me, the product team, is that this is only the beginning. It's early in 2024, but we are making the largest investments in the history of Microsoft in the Power Platform as we go forward, which means a ton of new innovation. So a year from now, we'll come back and there'll be hundreds, if not thousands, of new capabilities to make Power Platform stretch to new and interesting ways, to use Copilot to create solutions in new and exciting ways, and all of this coming together to make it faster and easier to create and deliver business value with the Power Platform. So the Power Platform is just this amazing asset for us that's getting even more exciting with AI and Copilot, and we're pouring on the investments and the creativity to go define the next generation of all of this based on this AI reality. I think it all begins with expanding skills and teaching and ramping up others on how to use the tools that are already out there, because that's the best way for all of you to give us feedback about where to go and where we can expand and improve. So thank you so much for making the time. Thank you so much for coming together. And I can't wait to see how the bootcamp lands and what we're all learning as we go through the process. Thanks, and have a great rest of the day.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the 5th edition of Global Power Platform Bootcamp.
We're absolutely thrilled to have each and every one of you here today, making this the biggest Power Platform event of the year.
With over 100 location hosting this event, we are opening a door to truly inclusive and connected global experience.
We have an exceptional lineup of speakers featuring Microsoft professionals, MVPs, MCTs, and community leaders who are all eager to share their knowledge and expertise with us.
From enlightening sessions on Copilot, Power Apps, Power Automate, and more, there's definitely something for everyone to explore and learn.
Let's seize this opportunity to meet, connect, learn, and share with one another. A heartfelt thank to you for being part of this global celebration. Congratulations to each of you for contributing to the success of this event.
And please remember, don't forget to capture the memories and share your experience on social media using our hashtags #GPPP2024 and #Global Power Platform. Get ready for an unforgettable day filled with learning and fun. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Amana, and I'm the Corporate Vice President for Business Applications and Platforms here at Microsoft. My team's responsible for building the Power Platform. And I'm incredibly honored to get this chance to welcome all of you to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp, where we have a chance to come together as a community and members to learn the latest and greatest hits as it relates to the Power Platform. If you look at what makes the Power Platform so special right now in 2024, is the fact who it enables and how it enables development across the organization. Business users or citizen developers are now able to participate in digital transformation. If you can describe a problem or use a visual designer, which most business users in sales and finance and marketing and HR can do, then you're able to use the Power Platform to create amazing solutions. Additionally, if you're a professional developer and you're used to writing code and deploying services, you can now add the Power Platform to your tool belt and build solutions faster than ever before. This idea of a single platform that goes across the entire company that makes it possible for business users, IT professionals, and coders to collaborate together to create solutions is a game changer for every organization and every user. At a time where we all need to find ways to be more efficient and to scale our businesses and respond to highly dynamic work environments, Power Platform makes it possible by changing the economics and unlocking all kinds of new developers inside the company. And we've been at this journey for a while. The Power Platform, we first started to release its capabilities 6 or 7 years ago. We coined the term Power Platform in low code about 5 years ago. And now over 45 million people every month are using the Power Platform, creating automations with Power Automates, creating web and mobile applications with Power Apps, exploring data with Power BI, creating websites with Power Pages, or using Copilot Studio to go create amazing AI solutions. And speaking of AI, we are at this incredibly unique point in time where generative AI is changing what's possible with software and redefining how humans interact with computer interfaces. Instead of just being able to write code or use a visual designer to drag and drop build things, we can now use natural language. We can use pictures. We can use examples. We can use metaphors to create applications, to automate processes, to explore data. And at Microsoft, of course, we've rallied around this idea of Copilot as the best way and easiest way to expose generative AI capabilities. We made it possible for all of you to use Copilot while you create solutions in the Power Platform, so you can go faster than ever before. And we've really pushed the envelope about what's possible with natural language inside of our products. Probably the best example being in Power Automate, where you can just describe the workflow or automation you want to create. We will automatically create it for you behind the scenes using a fine-tuned and highly customized version of GPT. So all of this comes together, this single platform for the whole company, from business users to coders and IT in between, to make it possible so AI can unlock even more solutions for our creators and makers. Now, if we look at what the Bootcamp is really trying to help, is to paint this picture and show how all of this starts to fit together. And the exciting bit for me, the product team, is that this is only the beginning. It's early in 2024, but we are making the largest investments in the history of Microsoft in the Power Platform as we go forward, which means a ton of new innovation. So a year from now, we'll come back and there'll be hundreds, if not thousands, of new capabilities to make Power Platform stretch to new and interesting ways, to use Copilot to create solutions in new and exciting ways, and all of this coming together to make it faster and easier to create and deliver business value with the Power Platform.
Welcome back, guys. Now I have right with me. I have with me Richard. Richard will be taking us through another set of interesting use case. And thank you guys for staying with us and being part of this for this long. We have just 2 sessions to go, and again, as usual, it's always full of use cases. So we have Richard with us, who will be, walking us through how to generate, under 45 minutes, how to generate an automated certificate using Power Automate. I mean, I've been opportune to work with Richard, so I can tell you that this guy is loaded. And so you get ready to learn. He's motivated and talented, and of course, always ready to get things done. So thank you, Richard, for joining us at United States of America, Arkansas, Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2024. This is the first edition. This is first of its kind right here. So being a pioneer speaker, making this dream come true is way honored. Thank you very much. And I'm going to pass the mic over to you, Richard. You there? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Thank you
Awesome.
so much,
Awesome. Your screen is
Ola.
up as
Thank you.
well.
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. Ola is the boss. I don't mind what he said. Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, wherever you're joining from, all over the world. Um, my name is Richard, and we'll be taking us through this amazing use case of Power Automate, how we can generate an automated certificate using Power Automate. Now, as you know, Power Platform um, is a platform is a platform to help businesses become more productive and efficient. So, for instance, you can have a scenario where you have trainings or webinars for members of a department in a particular organization, and at the end of the training, you want them to be assigned a certificate, and you don't want to do that manually. So we can build something with Power Automate that allows that to be done. So I know we've gone through all the different tools we have on Power Platform, and then Power Automate is basically used for automating repetitive business processes. And we have three different kind of flows. We have cloud flows, which is divided into three: automated cloud flows, instant cloud flow, and scheduled cloud flows. Then we also have business process flow and desktop flows. For this use case, we are going to be using automated cloud flow. So we are going to be building a flow that generates certificate automatically with um, Power Automate. So the idea is that you would have a quiz which will be done via Microsoft form, right? Um, so I will just share my screen so we can um, build just a little quiz together that can be filled before we build our automated flow. How do I share my screen? Hola, okay.
Okay, so you have to click on present again. And
Okay.
when you click on present, say if you are currently sharing, you can still stop sharing and share. Rather than clicking on slides or camera or video, just click on the first option, share, which is share screen. Once you click on share screen, you can select the window. If it is Chrome tab, it is a particular window or an entire screen. You can use that to toggle and select one.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, let me see.
If you want to share a browser, that could be likely on the window. And if it's a tab where you are currently joining, you could just click on the Chrome tab or whichever tab you are using
Okay.
to
So,
join. Okay, I
can
think
we see my screen now?
yes, it pop up and I've added it to the screen. So it's showing Microsoft Forms now. You can continue.
Okay. So, for this use case, so let's say we are having something, a certificate for participating in this bootcamp. Um, so I'll just click on select new quiz. Um, so let's name this bootcamp quiz, right? So the first detail I want to take from every attendee is your full name. Then I want to take your email address, right? Then afterwards, you can now start taking questions. So say, so let's set questions together. The following are tools in Power Platform, except so Power BI, Power Automate, Microsoft Word. What else? Power Pages. So I can give a point, say 2 points for each score. Um, it's used for repetitive, it's used for automating repetitive business processes. So true, false. Okay, now here we're supposed to select what the correct answer is. So here is Microsoft Word. Correct answer here is false. Okay, another thing. Um, Another question. Saying Power Automate is used for building business websites. True, false. Um, so another choice question. Power Virtual Agent is used for building chatbots. True, false. True. So, um, so let's have one more, so it's up to 10 points. um, Power Apps is a low code tool for building business applications. So, say true, false. Now, okay, so then we have to make the questions required. So every question has to be answered by every participant of this bootcamp. Okay, so having done this, the next thing is to go to our to design our certificate, right? Because we want our certificate to be automatically populated with the information of everyone that attends this bootcamp and then pass the quiz. So I already created a template because of our time. So I'm just going to show that on my screen. Um, yes. Okay. So yeah. So let me just delete this. So now you have on SharePoint, you have a site. You can name your site. You create a site or a private site, and you can name it anything. So what you want to do next after creating the form is to create a document library inside your SharePoint site. So I click on Home for my SharePoint site, which I already created before this class. So a document library, and then you give it a particular name. So let's say bootcamp test, bootcamp quiz certificate, and then you create that document library. So after creating this document library, you so every column you need populated on the certificate that is created. So I'm just going to open the certificate I have so you can see um, what I designed. So just something. So I have to share my screen again so you can see that. So just something I have to present. Um, so stop sharing. Then I'm going to present again so we can see the um, let me just share my entire screen for now. Okay. So this is the certificate that are designed, certificate of participation, this to certify. So we are capturing the name of the attendee and then their dates of the dates they took this bootcamp, participated in this bootcamp. So now for the document library that we created now, so we have to factor in the details that we need on this certificate. So now let's go back to the document library. So from that certificate, we need participant name, right? So we enter that your full name. Then we also need participant email address. And then we also need the date submitted or the date you're taking this bootcamp. So with that done, let me just move. So I'm going to move this there. Okay. So this is what we are going to do. So the process is you design a certificate as a word file. You designed it, you saved it on your laptop, desktop. Then you move it into this document library that we just created, this bootcamp quiz. Now you're not going to select open in app so that we can populate this information on this certificate, the information, this column that we just created for full name, email address, date submitted. So open in app. So this is still loading. So I'm just going to delete this. Yeah. Okay. So once you open in app, what you want to do is insert a text box rather. Insert a text box. Here, these are the place we need information to be filled in. So insert a text box. Can format it to be aligned properly. Then so now we can duplicate this text box for date submitted also. So having done this, The next thing we would do is to now pick the information that we need on our certificate from the insert menu by what is called quick paths. Now, because I selected on the SharePoint document library you just created, because I selected open in app, so automatically those new columns I created on that document library automatically updated here. So for this place now, this is to certify that I need full name, right? So I come here, I will select full name, right? So I can, sorry, so I can format this to align center. Sorry. Yeah, so align center. So the same thing, I come to dates, right? I go back to that insert, I select quick paths, document property, and I select date submitted, right? So this is going to, so another thing we can do is I can remove this line, the text box line, I can remove it. So just shape outline, no fill, no outline, so that we just have the full name. For date submitted to, you can do the same, shape fill, no fill, shape outline, no outline. So I can also make the font a bit bigger because of the name. Right, can make it a bit bigger, and then make it bold. I want it bold, so I can leave date the same way. Once I'm done, it's saving already, so I can close. Yes, then I come back here. So everything we've done now, it has updated here because we opened it up. Then I move this to the document library. So it's going to move now. Yes. So having done that, the next thing we are going to do is that's when we'll start building our flow. So I'm going to open my Power Automate now. Just hold on, I'm trying to pick. Where's the window? Where's the window? Where's the window? Where's the window? Okay. Yeah. What's happening? Okay. So it's just easy to build from here. So I hope we are getting this. So
All right, thank you so much, Richard. I'm just going through selected comments just
okay,
to see if there are questions that
so
we have.
far.
But to be honest, okay, we're saying something.
Yes, just to see if there are questions so far.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm also checking. So for now, there are no questions for now.
Okay, okay. So then we go to Power to Meet. How did I get here? Make.powertomate.com. Let me go back to the home. Yes. So this is the home screen for Power to Meet. Then you click on Create. So far, what we've done, we've created our quiz, we've created um, our certificate and updated it with document property with Microsoft Word, and then we moved it to the document library. We created a new document library to populate the information that is needed on our certificate. After doing that, we've moved it back to the document library. So now we are going to create our flow, and to create this flow, we are going to create an automated cloud flow. So we can name it Bootcamp Quiz Certificate. The trigger will be on Microsoft Form when a new response is submitted. So I'm a bit of the old school, so I'm not yet too familiar with this new design for Power to Meet. So I just switch back to the old design. That helps me. I hope we have people like me joining the call. So here now, we would select the form. So this form is Bootcamp Quiz. Remember, that's what we named the form. So the next step would be we are going to get the details that we need from the form. So get response details from Microsoft Form. So here we're going to select the form once again, then the ID, the response ID. So after we've gotten the details we need from the form. Next thing is to copy the file from SharePoint. Remember that we put the file in the document, in the documents library for SharePoint. So we select where is your site located on SharePoint. Now I named my site applications, remember? So here now, file to copy. Where is that file located? Is here. So destination site is the applications. Destination folder is quiz. Remember quiz. And then what should happen if another file is already there? Replace. So having done that, the next thing is to update file properties. Next thing is to update file properties. Excuse me. So we're going to update file properties. From SharePoint. So once again, we are going to update file properties, select the applications, library name. bootcamp quiz. Remember, bootcamp quiz certificate. ID, copy file, item ID, full name. So this is the beautiful thing about dynamic content. So I'm just going to pick the full name from the response that was submitted, email address, email, and date submitted. That's submission time. So Microsoft Azure gives us that information on demand. So having done that, the next thing is to get file content. From SharePoint. Applications, then you select the folder. So the ID, our ID will be from copy file. Yes, the unique ID of the file. So just follow the process. We've gotten response details, copy the file from the document library. We update information on that file, right? So we are getting the file content for what purpose? So that now what we want to do, we want to create the file on OneDrive. We want to create the file on OneDrive so that once it's populated, it can be converted to PDF before it is sent as an attachment with the mail, right? So the next thing we are doing is create file, and that create file is for OneDrive, right? Create file on OneDrive. So this document that we've gotten, we want to create file on OneDrive. So that's where we're going to save it. We're going to save it on OneDrive. So it will be on the root folder. So get file content, file name rather. We're going to use, what should we use? Let's use the full name so the person can identify that this certificate is for me, and then we don't have duplicates in the database. So full name, certificate, time. Let's capture the date certificate was given as part of the title, which is in docs, something like this, right? Then file content. So we're just going to get that from SharePoint. So I haven't created the file. What next to do is to convert it to PDF, right? So you create this file that we have brought from SharePoint, that we've updated the properties, you create it on OneDrive. Then the next thing is to convert it to PDF. So convert file. So here now, just select the ID of the file. So which the ID of the file that we created, create file. So after doing this, so we've created the PDF on OneDrive. So now that PDF that we created, we now need to go and create it back in SharePoint. So just follow the logic. So we're now going to create the file, because now when it's saved on OneDrive, we also need to be able to see it in SharePoint. So we select our site address, applications, folder path is Bootcamp quiz, right? Where is it? Yes, Bootcamp quiz. Name of the file, So then file content, also from convert file. So once you create the file, the PDF file in SharePoint, we update the properties. Update file properties. Okay. So remember, we select the site address again, applications, library name, bootcamp quiz certificate, ID, be or the ID of the created file. No, so ID of the file that we updated earlier. Yes, so this is what we're going to pick. And full name, we just get that from response details, the response that was submitted on the form, email address, and date submitted, just like we did earlier, submission time. So, having done this, we do not want these files to remain in the database after they have been created or converted to PDF. The Word copy of the file should be deleted both on OneDrive and on SharePoint, because really it's the PDF that we need. So once the properties have been updated, it has been converted to PDF, and the PDF properties have been updated, we do not need the Word file anymore. So that's where we're going to delete the Word file both from our OneDrive, and then we're going to delete it also from SharePoint. So delete file. So we are deleting the empty file. So the file that we created, so the ID we are going to select now is ID of the created file. In fact, the Word document that we created earlier on OneDrive, that's the document we want to delete. The reason why we created it is so that SharePoint can take that file from there, right? Once it's converted to PDF. So this delete file is to delete the Word document from OneDrive. Then we are now going to have another delete file to delete the Word document that will be created in that document library on SharePoint, to also delete that. So delete file. So select the site as we always do. And then we select the ID. So this ID will be the ID of the file that we copied. Remember, we copied the file into SharePoint from OneDrive. So that file that we copied, yes, this copy file. So that's the one we are going to delete. And then the last thing we'll do is, so we've deleted our certificate our certificate has been created, right? And we've deleted. So what's the last thing we want to do? We want to send the certificate to the user, the participant in the bootcamp. So next thing will be to send an email. So we're going to use Power Automate uses Office 365. So the email we are sending to is from the email address that the bootcamp participant enters. So subject can name it certificate, or your certificate of attendance. So here body, so dear, you can pick your full name from the response you submitted. Right. Dear, kindly find attached your certificate for attending Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2024. Best regards. Okay, so this is the body of the mail. The next thing is we need the file attached, right? We need the file attached to the email. So what do we do? First thing, okay, make this important. Sometimes usually on low, so make it normal or high. That's the importance of the mail. Then attachment. So remember, the attachment will be from the file that we converted earlier. So this will be the attachment. The file that we converted to PDF, while attachment content will also be from there. File content. So file name, file content. So any other thing you might want to add here, maybe you want the user to be able to reply to a particular email address, you can impute this, but we do not need this for this session. So what we are going to do is we're going to save, and then once we save, I would let's submit a response on the quiz that we created. So let me just, I'm going to share the link. I don't know if I can share that in the comments so that, well, let's test the flow. Let me submit a response and we test the flow. Yes. So let me submit a response. Or yes. Okay. So I'm just want to submit a response on the form. Why is it bringing this? Sorry guys, hold on. Trying to. I just copy this link and submit a response. I don't need this. Oh my. Okay, let me just submit here.
I guess it's opening up in a different browser because we are seeing a different screen here.
Okay.
The screen we are
Can
seeing
you
is
see my?
trying to log in, is trying to pick an account or something like that. That's the screen we can see.
Yes. So it's not opening the form. I'm trying to.
Yeah, did you make the form? Is it the same browser profile you are right now or a different browser?
Same browser profile. Okay.
You
Okay.
can
I
go
need to
back to the
change the form
form.
to.
Yeah,
Oh,
just make
okay.
it anyone can. No, I'm not
Anyone
sure
can
that will not
respond.
allow. But that will not be able to pick the name. Are you picking anything
Yes. Yes.
dynamically
Yes.
from?
Yes. It has opened now.
Yeah, okay, good.
Can we see? Can we see the form?
Yeah, I can see the form now.
Okay. So let's use Angelina Sunday. Um, this email. Let me just use one of my email addresses. So following up tools, like I said, okay, Power BI is used for automating false, uh, false, true, true. submit. Okay, let's see if our flow ran. Bootcamp quiz. Let's see. So flow is still running. So our flow ran successfully. Um, Let me try to open the certificate and see what it looks like. Application. So I will also share the form link. So, but I just want us to view how the certificate look like. So this is our document library that's created the certificate. So let's see. Um, Perfect. Um, this satisfied that Angelina Sunday participated. So this flow that we just built allows us to generate certificate automatically for attendees of a webinar, program, quiz, or even LMS with Power Automate. So can I share the form link so participants can also try to fill? Is that possible, boss?
Yes, it's possible to share the link. Just share it with me. But are you not extracting any information from the form that does not require people inside the organization to access?
No, no, no.
Okay, okay. Then in that case, yeah, you can share the form. I'll just paste it in the comments. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's
I've
pasted.
dropped it on our
Okay,
chat.
okay, I see now. I'm just going to paste it there in the comments. Okay, please fill the form and get your certificate. Fill the form, get your certificate. So yeah, personally, I'm also going to fill the form. I'm making an attempt to fill the form right now.
Okay.
Good, good, good. You are testing my knowledge of Power Platform. I see. I hope I will pass. Hey, completed, completed. Yes, view my results. I passed. I'm happy. So I'm also filling the form here. I passed. I'm just waiting for the certificate to land in my, in my mail. That's really cool. Really cool. I'm sure the process is running right now.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's done.
Oh,
Let's check your email.
indeed. Dear Lana Wajo Invoke, kindly find out your certificate for attending Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2024. Wow, whoa, amazing. And here is the certificate. Wow, wow. I'm impressed. Yes, it worked. And I can see the certificate with me. This is amazing. Awesome, awesome. Wow, awesome work. And I'm happy. My dear
Yeah.
questions, is anyone also filling this out? Fill it out and get your certificate. Afolabi John is giving a thumbs up. Like, no, this is a great session. Bilkis saying, well done, Richard. Go, Richard. We also
Thank
see
you,
Angelina
Bilkis.
right here saying, yes, well done, Richard. That's amazing. Amazing. Right. We really appreciate you and for sharing this knowledge with us. We're going to
Thank
take
you so much.
just few breaks in case there are questions, like 2-3 minutes break, and then
Okay,
we'll come back. Will
for the
be then I'll do the last round, which is Fabric and Microsoft Fabric and Power Automate. I mean, it's so good that everything we've been seeing series of integration of Power Automate
Power
today to
Automate. Yeah.
which is amazing. It's just to show you how all those solutions connect within the Microsoft ecosystem. Thank you so much, Richard, for being one of our speakers at the launching of the Global Power Platform Bootcamp, Arkansas, United States of America. And I mean, we are so impressed. We are happy that you are pioneer speakers, and thank you for sharing this detailed, interesting, relatable use case, which people can just pick up and apply to so many processes within the organization and save themselves stress,
Hmm.
cost, and more importantly, an optimized process.
Time.
So thank
Yeah.
you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me, Ola. I'm really honored.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, right now I'm going to share my screen, getting ready for the last presentation today. Hold on, gotta be sure. Presentation today, window, that'll be this. All right. I know we're getting ready for this. So let's take few seconds to, I just want to take this time to also promote this and share with more people. So I will be playing some background sounds and then we just come back to this. So let's enjoy some background music. Hmm. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining. I mean, this is the wrapping up of the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2024, Arkansas, United States of America. And we've had fantastic guests, who have come over here to share so many use cases, for the last couple of hours. You can always go back to this video and check. We're going to add chapter to them so that in the video description, you can easily go right there and check one by one, those use cases, practical sessions that you can also practice along with. It is my belief that if you go through this, it can stir up your interest in case you don't know anything about some of these things and you've been hearing, oh, this Power Automate, oh, this Power BI, oh, this Power Apps, oh, this is that. When you go through this series of videos and use cases, you can actually lay your hands on something and learn by doing. And that is the goal. And then we provide you additional resources where you can then further your learning. Today, as we wrap up this session, I'm going to be introducing you, run you through this practical session, maybe in the next 20 minutes or less. So it's going to be very short. How can you populate your customer feedback data to Microsoft Fabric? Now that we know that Fabric is the analytic platform for the era of AI, so why keep your data, your customer data? Why still keep something in silo, in Power, in Microsoft Forms? Why leaving that on Excel? As they are filling the form, you can actually get it stored in Fabric because that is going to be your central repository going forward where your data is optimized for analytical purposes. And I'm very happy to be sharing this with you and take you through this journey. So if you are joining and you are right there in the chat, I want you to drop something. Tell me where you're joining from. Tell me how excited you are to learn about this. Tell me how, no, don't just tell me how your past experience with Microsoft Fabric. Do you have any experience with this? How excited are you to join this session? And let's get involved. Don't forget to ask questions because I will also be sharing, posting your question and answering those questions. So I want to run through this practical very short, and then I can answer a lot of questions. Anything related to the Power Platform Bootcamp, related to career in data and analytics and AI. So that's on top of this, and it's unpaid session, so you don't have to pay. All right. So over here, our tools today is going to be Microsoft Forms. We've seen a lot of use cases of Forms because it's easy. They're out of the box solutions and services within Microsoft. They're just easy to make many things possible. Forms collect data for you, Power Automate integrate them together, and within Fabric, we're going to use the data warehouse component and not Lake. I'll explain why soon. So we're going to use the data warehouse component, and that solves it all. So we see how we can integrate data directly to data warehouse. In today's session, there was a session that talks about customer feedback similar to this, but some of those data were populated in data storage in on-premise data. In that scenario, you need something like data gateway. But for this, you don't need data gateway. You don't need to save it anywhere because it is cloud service. So from cloud to cloud, and because it's within Microsoft ecosystem, there is a secure gateway that manages those credentials. We will see how everything happens soon. It is very important that you fill this form. I just want to plead that you take a screenshot, go ahead in the comment section. I've added the link to the form. It is to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp team. They need your feedback to be able to improve and plan a better future event. Okay, guys, I'm sure you're excited. Let's do this. I am really up for this. So let's get to work. Let's do this. Okay, I'm going to be sharing my screen this time around. Share a different window. Yep, I think we're good to go. If you see my screen now, I'm just going to be sure that you can see. Awesome. Awesome. If you see my screen right now, I'm just going to maximize it so that you can see it. I'm within Microsoft Fabric, and I have three components like I've mentioned. Microsoft Forms. I've created this survey, customer satisfaction survey, just 4 questions. First, about gender. 2, about how will you rate our service. And 3, how likely are you to recommend this service, and any additional comment. This should be not required, because it is optional. Let's make it required for the purpose of this. Okay, so this is the form, and we're going to have Microsoft Power Automate. This is Power Automate open up for me, and this is Microsoft Fabric. I have created a workspace, which is empty workspace called GPPB24 Arkansas. So this is just created for this purpose. Now, the first thing you need to do within this workspace is to create your own warehouse. So we need to create warehouse. While warehouse, I've demoed this case, it works seamlessly with data warehouse, but storing that data in a lake house took longer time and it doesn't appear optimized. So until I could figure out what's happening there. But for now, the use case I've also seen around actually work with data warehouse because it's optimized for data structure. But lakehouse is more or less um, lakehouse is more or less um, data lake plus which includes structure and unstructured file. So, but let's just go straight to data warehouse. How do you create data warehouse? It's as simple as this. Go to your workspace, which I am right now, and this workspace is Fabric enabled. I will be checking frequently just to be sure if there's any question. I want to answer your questions. I want to see how really happy you are joining this session. My location is not on the feedback. Okay, I see. Thanks, George got my certificate. Amazing. Oh, people are getting their certificate. Okay, I have this feedback from Afolabi, joining from Nigeria. So excited to learn about Power Platform, and it was an insightful session today. Oh, amazing. Thank you for sharing this. There is no Abuja, so I can't submit the form. Oops, you can choose other location because this is Arkansas, because what you are joining is Arkansas, not Abuja. So you are joining from Abuja, but the platform, the program you are joining is Global Power Platform Bootcamp, Arkansas. All right. That helps. This has been an insightful bootcamp. Thank you so much. Let's kick this off. Let's keep it more insightful. All right. So I'm going to click on new right there. And there are a lot of tools, there are a lot of workloads that you can actually spin up. You are literally spinning up a workload right here. And here I'm spinning up a data warehouse, which is right there, warehouse. I'm going to call this GPPB 24, Arkansas. Yeah, that's what I'm going to call it. So that creates a data warehouse. You can see traditionally over time this could take a longer time, but because Fabric is optimized for this kind of thing, it reduces the time it takes for integration, setting up things, to almost minutes, and give you enough time to get the value you need for your business. So right now a warehouse is being set up. In case you are thinking of how easy it might be to set this kind of thing up on your local machine or local server, it's not that easy, and it's not something a business person who is trying to run this kind of use case can just go on to your on-premise server and say you want to set up. It's not that straightforward too, because of the networking required with the hardware services and even the technical know-how. But right here with the Microsoft Fabric, in a couple of seconds, this is being set up, and we have it right here. This is warehouse. Amazing. Warehouse is more optimized for analytics. Lakehouse is where you drop your data, drop everything in different formats. But after you've transformed and then you've optimized them to answer business question, you then load them into data warehouse to follow a particular pattern. And so warehouse is actually where data is close to insight. Lakehouse is farther to insight, even though you can get some insight, but because they are more clean, structured, organized, I'm just trying to lay out difference between warehouse and lakehouse for you in a practical sense now. All right. What we need to do within Lakehouse, our data warehouse, is to create a table. It's going to be our feedback, satisfaction, customer sat table. And within that table, we're going to create some column based on what we are taking in from here, from our Microsoft form. Right. And to create a table, you might write query or ingest data through these options. But we're going to use this new query. And excuse me. If you're getting data, okay, it's still right here. You're going to get data right here, either through SQL query, which is actually what we can do to create our table. You can use data flow gen 2. You can use a new pipeline, and you can use sample data that already exists. You can load them into your lakehouse. But just before that, if I come back here, you see within this lake data warehouse, sorry, missing that with lakehouse, this data warehouse, you can see we have semantic model that was created. So that's the more or less the Power BI data set that you can literally use for analytics almost immediately. But back to the warehouse, which is exactly what we have right here. If I click back on the warehouse, it loads, and we are back to where we stopped. You can write query, you can still use all these options, new SQL query to create your table, or you want to use any of these options. So let's go ahead and use new SQL query to create our table. And just to make things easy and simple, I'm going to use this option right there within query. You can also use a template. If I use this new query, okay, the template is not showing right now. All right. Let me be sure if the endpoint has been created. Yeah, the endpoint is here. I just want to show you that in case you don't know how to use query, you can actually use a template. Okay, let me refresh. There's no table here for now. We don't have any table yet. New table. Yep. This more or less like a template now for you. We are creating a table. This is the table name. This is a single column, column one int. That's just all the column there. But I'm going to rename this guy instead of table one. Let's call this customer cost sat. So that's customer satisfaction. That's the name of the table. Then let's put on the columns we want right here. Right in those columns, I'm just going to copy something here that will make it faster for us. Yep, this should make it better. So these are the columns. One, ID, let's make that here varchar, meaning variable and character. 50 length, that's the length. Gender, we are bringing gender as a varchar. Satisfaction rating, those are the questions that we have. We are making provision for that in the data warehouse. Gender, satisfaction rating, NPS, this net promoter score. So how likely are you going to recommend us, and the comment. And right here we have those four: gender, satisfaction rating, NPS rating, comment, the date the person submitted. This is what we are doing, and we've set everything right. All you just need to do is to click on create and run. Rather, when I run this, take few seconds, the table will be created. Okay, yep, there's something that is int. All right, NPS is int. There's no need to set that number of yeah, there's no need to set that character limit for it. So that's why. So here I'm going to run it. And yeah, statement executed successful. And if you come up, it's loading already, it's refreshing. If I open this table up, our customer sat is right here, even though it is an empty table because there's nothing in that table. But all the columns are there. So we have our customer sat table right here, and we have our forms here. Then we go to Power Automate. Within Power Automate, I'm going to create a new flow. I'm going to create an automated flow. And I'm going to call this cost satisfaction, customer satisfaction. And we're going to, our trigger is going to be Microsoft form. Whenever someone fills that form, it should get triggered and get in that data and store the data in that warehouse. So I'm going to create. So good. Let's make it simple as well. Let me switch to the classic mode, just like Richard did just a few minutes ago, using the classic mode so that you can, what you are still more familiar with. I don't want to get anyone confused. A lot of people are still familiar with the classic mode. So let's go ahead with this. And the first thing is to pick that form. Our form is customer satisfaction survey. So right here, if I start typing customer satisfaction survey, I'm going to see it. Customer satisfaction survey. If you even use the check down, drop down option, you're going to also see the form there. Okay. After we've gotten this trigger, this is a trigger, then we have set of actions. So now that the flow has been triggered by people filling the form, then the next is to get response. Get response details. Get response details is to collect whatsoever was filled on that form because we need to populate it somewhere else. And what is that response? The response is coming from what form now? The form is customer satisfaction survey. That's the form where the responses are coming from. Now, you might be asking, why should be the same form we have? The first action here is to trigger this flow, not anything more than that. Just trigger the flow. Oh, okay. When someone fill that form, you trigger the flow. Not to do anything else. But after you trigger the flow, what do you want to do? Okay, collect the information from that flow. We are saying from this collect information from that form. And this is the form. How do I know the details? Because there might be a lot of information on that form. Only collect for the person or the action that triggered the flow. Whoever feel it when it got triggered, that is what I actually need to collect, because this flow will run per every time someone fills the form. So it's only when you are triggered, someone must have filled the form. So collect that details that got the form triggered, the flow triggered. And how do we identify that? That's response ID, because it's a unique identifier. So response ID right there. So now that I have this, the next step is let's just go ahead and populate this in our Fabric lakehouse. A caveat here. To do that, you're going to use SQL endpoint. So go to search here for SQL. And within SQL, you see execute a SQL query. You're going to run a query against your Fabric data warehouse. Amazing. The fact that this is really possible using code to execute query is amazing. When you launch it for the first time, it's going to bring up a connection settings, which I can actually add new connection right here just to show you. When you're adding new connection, use Microsoft principal, Microsoft Entra ID. That's what you use. Microsoft Entra ID. This will automatically sign in using your account. So Office 365 account is already integrated because the same account that is running the Power Automate and the Fabric account. So everything linked together. So when I say sign in, which I've already signed in, it's just going to give me almost okay. I've already clicked here, so I need to sign in. Should I? Yeah, let me sign in. So you're going to pop up something because I already have the connections. I was wondering if I should sign in, but I want to show you end to end. You're going to pop up a dialog box, ask you to sign in with your account just to know the account. I have signed in right now with my account. And the next thing is asking, what's the server name that I need to connect to? Go back to your lakehouse, data warehouse. These are the columns. Nothing there yet. They're empty. Click on this gear button at the top left. You will see SQL connection string. This is the string you can use to connect to the SQL endpoint. Copy by clicking on this guy and go back to your flow. Under server name, use the drop down option, enter custom value, then paste. The magic start happening because right now it's going to, when you click on this drop down, it's going to query that workspace and look for as many tabular structure workload. For example, if you have a lakehouse there, lakehouse also tabular, yeah, it has file, it has tabular, you're going to bring out the lakehouse. If you have data warehouse, you're going to bring out the data warehouse. But because we only have one, so when I click on this option, I can see GPPB24 Arkansas is the only one that we have. It's a fresh new workspace. So I'm going to select it. And then the next is, what is the query that I want to execute against it? I mean, you can get a lot of options on how to do this. You are inserting. So you are inserting into a table. So this doesn't need much of query. All you just have to do is use the keyword insert into what is the lakehouse? Cost sat. That is the name of the lakehouse, cost sat. What do you want to insert into cost sat? Values. So just type your values and open this command, and you have to quote them so as you are inserting them into, because as a variable, as you're inserting them, you need to quote them. So I can close the bracket, but I'll do it step by step. One by one, you must do that in the order of the tables that you have right here, because it's expecting that the first thing you add in there is an ID, and the next must be gender. So if you are trying to put them in any order, you are literally, that's data issues, because you are dropping the wrong data in the wrong place. So it is important that you do it the right format. And right here, I have to start from ID. So for ID, we need something that is unique, and response ID is unique as well. So I'm going to click on response ID and close the quote, single quote, comma. The next value I'm inserting is gender, open quote, drop gender, close the single quote, comma. The next after gender is rate as service. So I'm going to open quote, yes, close the quote, comma. The next after rate as service is how likely are you to recommend us? Open quote, drop that, select that column, is a dynamic content. Close the quote, comma. Then we have comment. Open the quote, drop comment, close the quote, comma. You see, this is interesting, right? And then we don't have feed for email. Imagine there's provision for email. We don't have that. So let's just submission time. That's date and time. So submission time, close quote, and close the bracket and save. In 3 lines of flow, a trigger and two actions, we've made a magic happen. A trigger and two actions, you've made the magic happen. So let's test this. I'm going to kick it off for test, manual, and click on test. So it's going to wait. When I do that, it's going to wait for me to trigger it. That's the essence of manual test. So, okay, we're waiting. We are looking for something to trigger this flow. So I'll go back to the flow, the form, put my form in preview. My gender is male. How will you rate our service? I'll rate your service 8. How likely are you going to recommend us? I mean, I'm definitely going to recommend you. Anything, this is, I love your service. You are customer obsessed. And that's great. I'm going to submit this. So submitted. Of course, I can submit another response. But let's go back to our flow that is waiting, is running right now, and is going right there to data well. Amazing. It's done. What does this mean? It means it's done. When I go back to my lakehouse here, if I refresh by clicking here, that table is no longer going to be empty. So, for example, let's just query the table, or I load this again. Either you load again or you just query and say select top 10, stop 100. Just run the query. Okay, awesome. We already have everything right here. I don't even need to do too much of work. The ID is 1, the gender is male, the satisfaction rating was 8, NPS was 9, the comment, and the date it was submitted. Isn't this amazing? So let me see if there are reactions, if there are questions. Okay. All right. So there are no questions now. That shows that yes, it's insightful, and I'm happy, for the comment. This has been an insightful thing so far. Thank you all. So this comes to the end of this presentation. Now you've seen how to actually push data from Microsoft Form up to your data warehouse. Amazing. As we wrap this up, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that has been part of this whole thing. For everyone that joined, I want to say a big thank you to you. And for everyone that promoted and liked and shared this, thank you. Don't forget to fill this survey because it will help the team to plan better, and you could even stand the chance to win some Amazon credit voucher, credit card. So go ahead and fill this. Awesome. This is me saying a big thank you. And of course, this is the form that I expect you to fill. In case you're wondering, this is the form. Take the screenshot, fill the form, and yep. This is me saying a big thank you to everyone that joined us today. I can't thank you enough. It is awesome to have a community where people come to share and co-learn together. When we learn and share the things we know, there's a lot of growth opportunity there. When you teach, you learn twice. You grow in the course of teaching others because you try to understand that concept better, to teach better. Even when you teach, you understand much more better. And for you at the receiving end, you're having an opportunity where you can see someone who demos something for you live, and you can go through that learning pattern. Someone who explains things to you. You can go through that learning pattern, ask questions, and also replicate that and kick off what could be a career changing, journey for you. Thank you so much. And this is where we are going to call to the curtain for the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2024, Arkansas, United States. I'm so happy. We are done. Woo! Awesome. Bye, everyone.